Check, 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 check. All right, we're gonna get started. Let's get everyone in their seats. Let's get some energy in the room because you are the energy. So don't ever look to your right or your left relying on someone else's energy. You gotta bring the energy yourself. Can we get some hand claps, some noise, some woo, some little bit of something here? Happy to be in room B. Our first for room B is travel and the remote worker. As we know, the world is changing right before our eyes. People are working remotely, which is actually changing how the world is going. People are traveling more. People are working from the road. So to talk about this a little bit more, I'm going to be passing it over to our moderator. She's Deputy Director of Strategic Partnerships with the Philadelphia International Airport and Northeast Philadelphia Airport. Can I get a woo-woo? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kate Sullivan. I think we can be a little louder than that. We can be a little louder. No, she's still coming up. You still make noise. Come on, Kate. There we go. There we go.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Good morning, BPHL. How are you guys this morning? Appropriately hyped up, right? That was a really good intro. Thank you very much. I was actually going to have our panel introduce themselves, so rather than do like the sort of like run up one at a time style, why don't you guys all come up now? Yeah, welcome. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, so as you know from that wonderful introduction, I am Kate Sullivan. I am the Deputy Director of Strategic Partnerships at Philadelphia International Airport. And for us, we were really excited to talk about travel and some of the changes that are happening in the travel world, especially with the rise of the remote worker, the way that people's jobs are changing. And for us, one of the things that my team does is we do what we call air service development. So that's actually working with airlines to get them to fly to Philadelphia, fly to more destinations out of Philadelphia, fly at the times that our community wants, with the types of service that our community wants. That's why we have, American versus the ultra low-cost carriers. And over the last couple of years, the way that people travel and the reasons why people travel have been changing a lot, right? And I think that what we'll see from our panelists is, that's happening at a macro level, but also at an individual level. So we really want to, kind of keep our finger on the pulse of those changes that are happening in traveler behavior, in traveler preferences, so that we can continue to work with our airlines to make sure that we have the flight service that gets people to where they want to go when they want to go there. Right. So in that spirit, we've got 3 wonderful panelists with us today who are going to represent different viewpoints in kind of that remote worker, leisure world, the way that people have been changing their lives around how they travel for leisure and travel for business. So we're going to have somebody who represents having built a career that allows them to travel, someone who has built a business that involves a lot of client travel, and someone who has a full-time job plus a military role who has work that is driven by client needs but also personal travel. So why don't you guys go ahead and introduce yourselves? We'll start on the other side with Daishan.
Awesome. Well, hello everyone. My name is Daishan Hines. I am a Philadelphia-born native. I'm from North Philadelphia. I'm also a Temple University graduate with a master's in travel and tourism. And also for undergrad, I went to the Art Institute of Philadelphia. Currently, I am the program director for the Philadelphia Global Identity Partnership. And recently, as of this year, I am a startup founder of a company called MetroDAO, which aims to innovate social impact investment by closing the communication gap between community leaders and community members. I mention all of that because a lot of my career and where I am today is very much born out of my travels and my love for travel. And as Kate mentioned, just trying to build a career that incorporated that passion as well.
And before I turn it over to Aisha, can you talk about, and I'll ask each of you to do this, what is your favorite trip you've taken in the last year?
That's an awesome question. I've actually traveled quite a lot over the last year, so we'll stick with favorite instead of most memorable, because one of the messages is that sometimes memorable trips aren't always the best trips. But one of my favorite trips this year was actually to a small island called Holbox, Mexico. And it's actually about 2 hours south from Cancun. And it's one of those destinations where if you ask backpackers, they'll describe it as, it's like Cancun 20 or 30 years ago before it became Cancun. And that's always my favorite type of destination.
Hello, I am Aisha Winfield. Never mind, I'm not going to. So, Aisha Winfield. I have a boutique agency called AIB Marketing, and we focus on providing event production, project management, and digital marketing for our clients. But I started doing a lot of travel when I worked for Sony Music and working with our artists, working with our reps in different cities. And so I have enjoyed being able to travel both for clients and for myself personally a lot more. I also am starting a temporary employment agency for young people ages 14 to 25. And I encourage them to travel as well and to take on projects outside of their regular scope and places that they're used to going to. And Daishan reminded me that love and passion for working with young people and empowering and encouraging them started a long time ago. I'll just leave it at that. And my most memorable trip was actually, believe it or not, to Chattanooga, Tennessee. And we'll talk a little bit more about how travel has changed for me, but it was for a family reunion, but I build in work to every trip that I take, so I'm always looking for locations that are interesting or places that my clients may want to have events. And I did not think I would enjoy Chattanooga as much as I did. They have lots of things to be able to do and enjoy, and I enjoy walking in nature a lot more, so Rock City was a destination that I got to visit in Chattanooga.
Thank you, Aisha. Dave?
Hi, everyone. I'm Dave Jankowski. I'm an employment lawyer at Morgan, Lewis & Bockius right in Center City, Philadelphia. I've been working there since about 2016. I love, working at the firm. I'm a courtroom litigator, so, I spend a lot of time in court with clients, prepping for court, and then also in the investigation stage. So pre-court, right, pre-litigation, what's going on in the workplace, and certainly a lot of travel, meeting with witnesses and clients, figuring out what's going on and how we can solve their problems. Separately, my side hustle is the Navy Reserve. I've been doing that now for about 9 years. I had 5 years of active duty before that. Daishan and I figured out that we have the Navy in common, as he also served in the Navy way back when. The Navy also requires a decent amount of travel. Of course, in both realms, my civilian realm and Navy Reserve realm, travel slowed amongst the pandemic, as I'm sure it did for all of you out here. But it's really started to pick up, and as a Sagittarius, it's in my blood to get out and explore and be in other places. So I love that it is, in fact, picking up. My favorite trip this year, so this is rather conventional, but I have 3 kids, 8, 6, and 4, 2 boys and a girl, and we did our first family trip to Disney World. It was a lovely time. We went in February. We did the whole surprise wake-up thing at 4 a.m. Wasn't quite the viral video we were expecting. They were they were a little tired, and they're like, "We're going where? What?" But it was a great time, and it was so easy to get there from Philly to Orlando, and we had 3 solid full days and loved it. So anyway, I look forward to speaking with you all today.
That's a really good range of favorite trips as well, although it does reflect something we see, which is a lot of domestic travel and kind of Mexico and Caribbean travel as well. So I'm going to ask all of you a big question to start with, and we'll start with you, Aisha. Can you talk a little bit about how your travel habits, both for business and for leisure, have changed over the last couple of years?
Sure. I will say that when I first started to travel, when I was working for the record label, I tend to go into a city, do whatever I needed to do, and leave right back out. I didn't get to enjoy any of the culture, any of the people, or the things that were native to that location. And so it was about moving as fast as you could, making sure that you got the things done that you were supposed to, where now I am extremely intentional and strategic about making sure I plan to come in early or stay later so that I can enjoy the things that are there. And I also now realize that it doesn't require going far distances or exotic places to enjoy myself. I set myself up that every single trip, even if it's an hour away or 30 minutes away, that I'm doing something that I enjoy, work-related and and personal.
That's wonderful. So any kind of special stories from the last couple of years on that?
Yeah, so actually just last weekend, I had to go down to the harbor in Maryland. And I'm from DC, so I go in that direction very often. I noticed that now I'm making sure that I see family and friends face to face. And so we talk on the phone, we talk on Zoom. I did the work that I needed to do, paid attention to kind of different locations that were there that I may want to visit again. But I took 2 days and just explored the harbor. And it's some place that is literally like an hour and a half to drive to. But I just appreciated the beauty, the food. They had some incredible food. They had some art exhibits that were there. And I made sure that a couple of friends that I've known for 20 years that we got together and had brunch. And so it was short, quick, but extremely beneficial.
Awesome, thank you. Dave?
Sure. So, pre-pandemic, I would say our clients, and much of my work for the firm is client-driven travel, right? They wouldn't bat an eyelash at having me and a colleague fly up to Boston or out to Chicago in the morning to interview witnesses for some workplace dispute and then have us fly home. That's expensive, especially when you're, including 2 or 3 lawyers on the trip. But yet it was the routine, it was the norm. Now, with the functionality and prevalence of Zoom and Teams, we've done less of that traveling because we can just hop on to a Teams call and do our witness interviews there in that capacity. And it's very easy to do that, whether I'm in the office in Center City or in the basement, at my house in Haddonfield. So we've seen a downtick in travel, but then again, and this is something we stress to our clients too, when you're prepping for an actual trial or a hearing or a deposition, there's still no substitute for the in-person preparation. So when you're in that crunch space and you want to, interact with the person, make sure they feel comfortable, it's still best to do that in person. And now that travel restrictions have subsided, and clients, of course, get that, I've seen an uptick in that kind of traveling, which is good because, again, there's no substitute for that in-person connection and prep.
Yeah, I think that's a theme that we've heard at the airport throughout, all of this, is that at some point, some level of business travel will and has come back because it is really important that ultimately you do see some of the people you work with, that you're, going to trial with in this case, face to face. Deshaun?
Yes, so for me, it's been a bit of a transition. I feel like I've lived 3 different travel lives. So initially, when I was much younger, coming out of the Navy, I basically had a strategy of I was using my career to fund my leisure travel. That was one of the reasons why I went to the Navy. I actually wanted to travel around the world, which ironically, I never got to travel out of the country with the Navy. They paid me and I was able to pay, get myself out of the country, but unfortunately not on their bill. So I started out like that where, okay, like everyone, I work a 9 to 5, I save up some money, and then I find myself at a resort of some exotic destination that, I picked out. As the years go on, I hit this phase in life where, but I actually got tired of working for the federal government. I went through a phase of being a, enlisted personnel, then I was a federal employee, and I saved up enough money where I decided, all right, I'll take a sabbatical from working. And I decided to become a backpacker, and I backpacked Southeast Asia. Or that was my goal. I actually flew to Manila. I wanted to backpack Southeast Asia and found myself in Manila for 2 years because I loved it so much. But that was a different type of travel where I didn't have American income coming in outside of military benefits, which I was fortunate to have from my time with the Navy. So I lived that life as just a backpacker, being very much poor, but very much culturally immersed within the country. Once I got back from the Philippines, I entered a career of being a consultant and actually started advocating for myself and really looking to identify work that allowed me to be remote. And I'll say no names, but when I got back from Manila, I entered my master's program and I started working for a tourism company here in the city. And they were very much against remote work, right? Despite the fact that I would be in an open source or an open air office communicating with my coworkers on Slack, who are sitting right next to me, right? So I'm like, why can't I work from home at least a few days a week? This doesn't make any sense. They fired me. But it opened up an opportunity where it led me into the role that I've had for a few years now with the Philadelphia Global Identity Partnership, where I was dedicated in saying, no, I'm not taking any work that doesn't allow me to be remote because it doesn't make sense. And then to wrap it up, but what's fascinating, after getting that contract, I found myself a year later, like everyone else, going through the events of 2020, and then guess what became the norm? Working from home. And I'm literally in my living room every day like, see, I told you, it's possible, this is the future. So, that's been my progression. And even now, so maybe this is a fourth stage. I'm in a new stage now as a startup founder where I don't necessarily have the residual income to do leisure travel anymore because I'm investing in my company. But at the same time, there's a certain amount of travel that I identify that I need to do for my company as far as going to conferences or looking for different ecosystems to connect with. So now that's just a different approach to travel where I can say, okay, well, I can achieve something, but like Aisha mentioned, I'm gonna still tack on 1 or 2 days, on that trip so that I can actually immerse myself in the culture.
I'm actually going to come right back to you, Daishan, because I think as you queued up for everyone, you're a little bit of a pioneer in this space. You were living the digital nomad lifestyle before everyone else embraced it over the last couple of years. So, can you talk a little bit about if somebody is interested in traveling more of the time that they're working? How do you set yourself up for success? What kind of things do you need to do in your life to make this possible?
That's a great question. I'll start with a soapbox that I have. One of my soapboxes is going on Instagram and seeing travel influencers post the most beautiful, happiest, most exciting pictures ever. And I can tell you for a fact that someone who's been overseas, travel influencers are some of the poorest and hungriest people you'll ever meet in your life. But it's a trade-off, right? And that's one of the things that, I adopted in my life. I decided early on that I do want to be nomadic. I don't want to have the anchors that keep most people in their hometown. So I'll tell you, one, I'm single. That's one thing, that's always a battle with relationships. But, simple things in life where I don't have a car, right? And I think in American culture, all of you probably looking like, how old are you? You don't have no car? You got a job? But no, I live close to the Broad Street line. I'm a remote worker. I can get Uber was invented, right? So a car is an expense that I don't need because that car payment is a plane ticket in my mind. You know what I'm saying? Another thing I'll throw out, this is definitely no diss, but I don't have children because that's a whole nother thing where if you have children, that's a different way of planning, that's a different way of moving, a different way of budgeting. But I made the decision for different reasons, but it suits my life and allows me to do that. What I will tell you though is that I have a 14-year-old pit bull that I've had for 14 years. But even that, mind you, I went to the Philippines for 2 years. You'll look over there, and there's a gentleman holding a camera that actually happens to be my brother. Family support. Somebody had to watch my dog for 2 years. Make sure that she ate. So, a lot of that the social media influencers don't show is that there is a true level of sacrifice and sacrifice might be strong, but just adjustments that you have to make in your life to make it possible. And then a big one that I really want to touch on, because I found this dealing with a lot of nomadic people overseas. One of the biggest problems that a long-term backpacker runs into generally is health issues, right? Having health insurance overseas is crazy. Luckily, unluckily, I'm a disabled veteran. I have health insurance, regardless of what happens, provided through my service. I have a certain amount of income that I get regardless. That supports my ability to be a consultant and to be able to make demands on my employer to say, I'm not going to work for you if you don't give me remote work. Because the truth of it, that's really what it comes down to. It comes down to finances. Does your employment, allow you to do it? Do you have that stream of income once you get over there? And can you take care of your health? Do you have a support system, family and friends who can help you while you're not home? those are some of the things.
And this is really a great diverse panel because I've got the opposite perspective being a wife and a mom and being someone that intentionally decided that I wanted to be a global citizen. And so I wanted to be able to travel to places and be different places. And I've instilled that in my daughter. And even with work trips, I figured out how to take her with me and incorporate her into things that we do. And so it is possible if you have a family, if you have children, to still continue to travel and have that global lifestyle. And I guess acclimating her early to being able to fly, take the train. She's 16. We just taught her how to take the train by herself so that she's able to go and take some trips on her own. The other thing, but I do agree that family support is required, whether you're single, whether you have a significant other or spouse. And so my husband is very helpful when it comes to travel. I've created itineraries for work forever, and so I create an itinerary for our house that says this is what has to happen for her to go to school if she's not traveling with me, and leave the itinerary, send it via text message, send it to my mom. She's not in the same state, but she can call and say, hey, are you all up? Did you do what you needed to do? So being able to have those things in place is extremely important. The other thing is, there's a song by Erykah Badu, but pack light. And that is hard. And so more and more I've been doing trips that are short. And people are like, why do you have that huge suitcase? So I'm trying to learn to pack light and find Target. That's my tagline. And so everywhere I go, I have a small bag now, because the past year they charge you for the weight of the bag sometimes. It kind of slows you down. So I've got a small travel bag that's got really good wheels. And I have one of those small recyclable bags. You can buy it from CVS. It collapses down. And then if I have more stuff that I buy, I can just open it up. But that's the other thing. I know we're going to talk about tips a little later, but if you do want to live that life, those recyclable bags have one bag with all your electronics in it. If you don't have TSA PreCheck or some of those other things, put the electronics in there. You can put them on the tray. It takes you through faster. And then you can put them away in your bag. So those things have been really helpful to me.
Well, and one of the things that you mentioned, Aisha, is the length of trip, right? And that's something that we at the airport have been looking at very closely, of course. And I want to kind of have you talk a little bit more about that, and then I'll come to you, Dave. But, you know, there's a lot of talk about people being on the road for months, right? And Daishan, I know you've done that a number of times, where you take off, you're gone, you're doing your job somewhere else for months. The other thing that we're seeing at the airport is, and we see this in our parking data, a lot of people taking long weekend trips. So it used to be that we would see, you know, the traffic bump up on Thursday into Friday, and now that starts on Wednesday, right? People are really taking off a lot earlier, so they're doing those short burst trips. So Aisha, can you talk a little bit more about like the length of trip that you're taking, more or less, how long?
Yeah, and I think, like I said, I add days to my trip. I find that traveling on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, the flights are cheaper. And if I have that structure in place for somebody to make sure that my daughter is where she needs to be, I've had to travel a bit with my friend Mika, and we have different clients in different cities, and so sometimes their events are back to back. I don't know how the universe works, but it seems like everybody wants to do stuff at the same time, and then nobody wants to do anything. So it's very common that I'll have an event for one client Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then the next clients is Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So in the past, I would come home, make sure everything is okay, and then go back out. But now, I'll stay in that city, go to the next city, and stay a little bit longer to make sure that I'm able to travel in comfort and that it's not feeling so rushed. But also, it does wind up being a little bit more economical when I use those weekdays to travel.
The comfort point is a really interesting one as well, right? The people are kind of taking that extra little time they need to not rush from one place to the other. And I wanted to come back to you, Dave, on that, because, you know, Daishan referenced the family thing. Aisha talked about traveling with her daughter. You know, you talked about how your business travel has changed over the last couple of years. But can you talk a little bit about how your personal travel has changed as well?
Sure. So, I mean, I would say with the advent of remote working being the norm, we've been much more flexible in this hybrid, you know, we're calling it hybrid environment because folks are coming into the office a few days a week and then working from home others on other days. That, you know, I've been taking longer vacations understanding that I'm sprinkling into my vacation work. And whether that's good for my sanity or not, I don't know, but it's certainly good for my wife and my 3 children and even our Westie, right, our dog. So like this summer, for example, we did our first like 2-week vacation. And I shuddered at the thought of putting an out-of-office message that said, oh, I'll be out for 2 weeks, but I did it. And, you know, I was still available and on call, and I let, you know, the folks know at my firm that if we have issues come up, you know, you can ping me, right? Unless I'm actually on the lake where there's no cell service, and, you know, in that event, forgive me, I'll respond and I'll be around. So we've been able to do the longer vacations now, understanding that we can still be connected, and that's fine. And to your point about the longer, like, the longer weekend vacations or tacking on a day or two. So I hit the big 4-0 the end of this November. So we just booked a fun trip to Aruba. For better or for worse, we're bringing the whole family, so that'll be fun. We'll see how that goes. But you know, again, it's great. We're leaving. We're doing like, it's a long weekend essentially, but a long weekend being like 5 days. So we'll see how that goes. But you know, I've definitely noticed that I've been able to have more time away from the office because everyone's now so used to folks being remote, working remotely, and it's just balancing the client demands and, you know, knowing when maybe you need to be in the office for a case team meeting versus, you know, doing work outside.
Can I share something real quick? Because you just said something that I really want to stress. If you do want to travel a lot and have that life and enjoy time with your family, I do encourage you to set some boundaries and days where you do tell your office, I'm not going to be able to be reached. And so the vibe called rest is something that I learned from, I used to mix a lot. So because a lot of the workplaces I went were beautiful and fun, I would mix family time and business time, but then people thought they could contact me 24 hours a day. And everybody's on different schedules. So I'd have West Coast clients calling me at midnight, and my family did not appreciate that. So now I do set boundaries where I say these specific days or after 8 o'clock, I'm not going to be reachable. And so I do encourage that even if you're single, that you set that time that people can't contact you and that you really can rest.
That's such a thoughtful approach, and I think it's really in line with, you know, some of the conversation that we had going into this panel. One of the things that you shared, Aisha, is that you are being much more strategic about your travel when you're traveling. Can you talk a little bit more about what that means to you?
Yeah, just I know that I was a workaholic. So I know that I was on call to work for my clients and get things done whenever they needed it, however they needed it. But for various reasons, and specifically health and sanity, I know that that's not possible at this time. And so it's much better to set those expectations for people and to communicate them clearly so that they know and honor and respect them. And those that don't are clients that I can't really work with going forward. And so if I've made a commitment, then I'll honor it. But then going forward, if you have continued to call or do things that kind of falls outside of those lines, everything is an emergency, then I know that that's not really the ideal client for me. And also at this time, and probably partially because of the pandemic, we didn't have the ability to do certain things. So now that we do, I'm taking full advantage. And so just making sure that I don't commit 24 hours of my day to other people has been a part of my strategy.
Could I just add to that? Because I've noticed too, I think with the pandemic that we've all been much more humanized with our clients, right? And, you know, the dog coming in, you know, to the room, right? Or your child, like, army crawling around while you're, you know, with your nice bookshelf behind you, and, you know, but, so as a result of that, I think there has been much more space and much more understanding of the personal and business separation. And so that's a great thing, you know, for sure. And I think it has enabled more of the leisure or bleisure travel, as we're calling it, because you can, you know, you can get away and people do respect that time.
I'd like to offer a perspective also, if you don't mind, because I think I recognize us sitting here, you know, a lot of us are like kind of in executive leadership positions, or where we deal with clients, or we're owners of companies, and I understand that everyone isn't necessarily in that type of role, right? You might have a more restricted type of role where you actually got to do that 9 to 5, you're logging in on the computer, and there's a silver lining to that as well, because, you know, sometimes I'm in that position as well, whether it's with with a client or just, traveling with friends who have more restrictive schedules. And what happens is that I see another benefit of remote work of just the change of scenery aspect, right? So you can easily, if you're working digitally and you got to do that 8 hours on the computer, it's different if you finish that 8 hours and then you go outside and have dinner in a place that you've never been before versus doing that 8 hours in your house and going through the monotonous routine where you're just pulling your hair out. Because believe me, that's most of my life. Most of my life I'm in my living room like I need to get out of my living room. And even so to that point, when I travel, one of my strategies is even if I do have a locked schedule, I just plan around that locked schedule. I'll make sure I find somewhere that has internet or somewhere that's comfortable, and I'll say, all right, well, I'm in this room or this lobby or this cafe, for X number of hours until I wrap up what I have to do. But at the end of the day, it's nothing but adventure at that point. And then there's always a weekend where that's my time as well. So there are ways to kind of have it in both situations.
And I'm going to ask you to elaborate a little bit more on that. I do want to give Dave the credit for actually using the bleisure word, which we put in the description. And it's like one of those words that as you say it, you're like, ugh. Like you feel gross, like you're using lingo that, you really shouldn't, whatever. But we do a lot of surveying in the airport, right? And one of the things that if you ever travel through and you log onto the Wi-Fi, please take my surveys. We ask people, why are you traveling today, right? And for most of the pandemic, more than 50% of the responses were what we call VFR. I'm visiting friends, I'm visiting relatives. That business travel number existed the whole time. It started to creep back up again. But one of the things we actually started asking over the last year is we started putting the I'm traveling for both business and leisure option in the surveys. And we got back that almost 8% of our travelers say the trip that they are about to take is for both business and leisure, which is a really significant percentage. So I think, the thing that all of you are talking about is something that is very much happening among at least our passengers. So in that spirit, can you talk a little bit more, Daishan, about how you set yourself up when you're traveling to kind of do your day job? What does a day look like?
Absolutely. So I'm glad that you kind of set the stage to not totally accept the bleisure word, because I don't like that one either. And even from my perspective, now granted, I did some studying and traveling, so I have a different perspective on it, and also from my experiences. I personally don't really like the concept of leisure travel outside of the U.S. either. The U.S. fine, because there's a culture thing, we know the culture, and we all deserve some leisure time. But I prefer the word immersive travel, right? And it's kind of like this, sorry if there's any sponsors, but it's this anti-resort culture where it's the idea of, if you've been to one resort, you've been to them all. If you've been to one Marriott, you've been to them all. It doesn't matter. And from my perspective, you find a lot of wasted time in those trips. So for me, I'm always planning my day around how can I immerse myself in a culture when I'm somewhere new. So the easy part is I have a little more command in my schedule, so it could be as simple as saying, all right, well, I'm gonna create blocks of meetings. That's for the first half of the day. If I'm in a different time zone, maybe that's the second half of the day. But basically, I try to group my work all together into a block, and then that allows other blocks of times for me to go out and immerse myself in the culture. And again, I'm overemphasizing that word because it's the idea of, for me, what I like to do is, let's say I'm overseas. I may wake up in the morning. I know that I have meetings from, let's say, 9 a.m. to noon. I'll go to a local coffee shop that I already scouted. I know their internet is stable. I know that it's kind of quiet and they're not just blasting music in the background. You got to do some research first, walk around when you first get there. But I normally pick out a spot and I'll post up and I'll have my breakfast, my coffee, and I'll spend a block of work hours in this local cafe because I'm also still immersing in the culture. Sometimes if internet isn't readily available, that block could be in my Airbnb. I tend to stay away from hotels, but it could be in the Airbnb. But again, at that point, then the schedule is just saying, all right, well, I'm gonna pick a local place to go have dinner or, whatever the activities may be, and literally just treat it like meeting time. So to really wrap it up, the way that I treat it is that I'm not really on vacation when I'm traveling because since I'm trying to immerse, that's like it's like I'm working two jobs, right? My first job is making money. My second job is immersing and learning about the culture, which also kind of gets back to the idea of, for me, the way I approach my trips is I'm gonna try to make as much use of the time as I can, as much time of the day. And if I do it right, by the time I get back home, I should be exhausted. And that's when you get that saying of like, oh, I need a vacation from the vacation. Like, yes, because if you immerse, you're actually learning, you're educating, you're skills building, you're meeting people, you're networking, you're doing a lot. It's not just leisure, for me.
I've got the opposite perspective, believe it or not.
That's why we have diversity here.
So
don't make me come over there and break the two of you up again.
I'm a Sagittarius. I love to explore.
Wait. We are all Sagittarius.
All right now, but all very different Sagittarius, right?
It's crazy.
Kate said no.
It's in the stars.
But Kate, I will take your survey. I've seen it. I've never done it, but now I will. But I will say I have the opposite approach. I love my Marriotts. I love the places that I know I can get really good sleep and get really solid Wi-Fi. And if I'm having an issue, I can talk to somebody at the front desk and say, you either need to change my room or fix this immediately. Because most of the time, most of my work, I have to have that high-speed internet that is reliable to get all of my meetings done. And so I do schedule the same way, though, where I have the block in the morning or a specific time where I'm trying to get all of my work done. Thankfully, a lot of it is stuff that I can do on my own time, so it's not dependent upon others except for meetings. But I like to set that time and then have the space to be able to travel and explore. I do love the immersive part, but not in where I'm sleeping or where my Wi-Fi is. So it's more about where I'm eating or other places that I'm going. So we went to Detroit. I made sure that we saw all the things we wanted to see. We went to a drive-in. I had friends saying, yo, you shouldn't be over there. But I had a great time. But I made sure where I was staying was a known space that I've been in before, that I know exactly where. Most of them look the same. They have the same sheets, the same setup. That is helpful for me as I'm traveling.
Can I highlight a nuance there? Because I think it's super important. Clearly, we have different lifestyles. We're different people.
Sure.
And particularly in travel, I think it's very important. Gender does play a factor. I have privileges as a male when I travel.
True that.
So I understand, and I've had plenty of female companions say, I ain't sleeping there, you can sleep there. Like, but that goes to one of those things too where in my mind, I tend to do longer trips, right? And that's a financial impact. So that means that for me, it's kind of a budget trip as well, where I'll do an Airbnb that's a room in someone's house instead of, I've done couch surfing. Have you ever slept on a stranger's couch in a different country?
Yeah.
It's amazing. People are actually great. I stayed on somebody's couch for 3 months in the Philippines. It was amazing. But
you might have gone to a different place that I did. I've done that, and I agree, though, because when I was younger, there were a lot of things that I would do that I don't do now. But I did sleep on someone's couch in another country, and it was not amazing, and that may dictate why I need to make sure that I'm going to have a bed that I
so it all depends.
We'll make Dave quickly weigh in on Team Hotel versus Team Airbnb.
I mean, this is like the classic non-answer or lawyer answer, but I like them both. I think there are benefits of staying with a brand that you trust, right? And like your towels are all going to be like fresh and clean when you come back to the room. But then there's also a nice benefit of staying at a VRBO or an Airbnb where it's like your own house, right? And you can cook and you can do all of that stuff. So I don't know. We tend, when we go on vacation for our family trips each year, we tend to do like the rent the lake house kind of thing so that it's our own domain. I make sure up front that I know that the Wi-Fi is good, right? Because I know I might need to block a couple hours in the morning or after the kids go to bed at 8 or 9 or whenever they fall asleep, that I might need to do a couple hours at night as well. But otherwise, like I am fully embracing the fact that the cell reception might not be good, and that's what vacation's all about, disconnecting, literally and figuratively.
So I want to leave a couple of minutes for questions. I'm going to make each of you answer one more question. We're going to take it back from all of these amazing places that you are all going to Philadelphia. So for all of you, Philadelphia serves as the home base, and raise your hand if you want to answer this one first. To you, is there something about Philadelphia that enables your travel or makes it a really great home base specifically to do a lot of travel from?
I would like to jump on in there.
Sean.
Because yes, in the backpacker community, a lot of people do kind of end up places that they consider to be hubs. So if you go to Southeast Asia, they might be in Thailand, but then they'll explore a lot of different places. Same for the Philippines. If you go to Europe, people, they might be in London or Spain, but then they're exploring different places, but using this place as a hub. Philadelphia is an amazing U.S. hub. I was telling Kate before, I'm like, I actually got spoiled with PHL Airport because I could get through it so fast, and I know that, right? Where in my mind, when I'm leaving from home, I'm like, I only need like a half an hour to get through that airport. But I gotta remember when I'm in other places, that is not the truth. Don't be late because you might get caught up. But just from a geographic standpoint, I'm gonna put on my PGIP hat and promote the region. Geographically, it's a fact that we are located as a center point in the U.S. We could get within 10 million people of the U.S. We're next to the largest cities, about a 2.5-hour drive from the mountains, New York, Washington, the Jersey Shore. And if a flight isn't going somewhere internationally from Philadelphia, it's an hour or 2-hour flight from Philly to your connecting hub to get anywhere in the world. So that's been a huge benefit and probably why I remain here and love the airport so much.
And I just do want to note, please arrive 2 hours before your flight. Enjoy our food, spend some money, take the survey. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dave?
Yeah, so Philadelphia is great because whether you're flying or even taking the train, right? And so often we would do train rides to New York City or to DC, and that's so easy to do. But folks would ask me, well, how long is your flight to pick a city in New England, and it's about an hour, or pick a city, south of DC, and it's about an hour, hour and a half. So Philadelphia is uniquely situated to be able to travel. For my Navy travel, which, is now picking back up again, it's so easy with direct flights to Norfolk, Virginia, for whoever wants to go to Norfolk and visit Norfolk, Virginia, or even up to Providence, Rhode Island, right? Newport, Rhode Island is gorgeous in the summer and in the fall, and it's a gem base of the Navy, so I've had a lot of travel there too. So it really works out, and even coming from South Jersey, it's so easy to get to the airport. I can do it in under 20 minutes, and it's no problem. So it's been a great home base.
And Aisha, would you like to compliment the airport as well?
I will definitely, and I actually will go a step further and say that I used to do that 20-minute thing. My husband would play the song, push it to the limit, because I'd be like, I got 5 minutes, I got 10 minutes. But post-pandemic, I actually scheduled to get to the airport 2 or 3 hours early. And I'll tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why, because at first I was like, that's too much time. Every time I go, I see something new. There are art exhibits that either people that I know have done or youth organizations that have contributed to these beautiful art exhibits. I now have it up as a part of my routine. There's a smash burger in there. I know exactly where it is from every gate. I go and get my breakfast from there. So see, there you go. I've got it mapped out. I don't do any of the shopping other than food, but looking at the art, and there are also places to sit, and the Wi-Fi is good. So I've done a Zoom call beforehand so that I know that I'm there, I'm not rushing, and I'm feeling really good about my trip.
And there are 2 smash burgers, one in Terminal B and one in Terminal F.
I must always fly from the same place because I go to the same one.
So Aisha wins the airport ambassador position. That's how that works.
Let me know. We will get you your pin.
Thank you.
So I do want to make sure we have a couple of minutes. Are there any questions in the audience? Anyone have a question they want to ask? Oh, okay. We get a few. We'll start up front.
This was a great panel and a pleasant surprise. How does the airport, everybody goes to Philadelphia Airport. Everybody has probably went to the airport. How do you pick the people? How do you pick the people that contribute to the airport, like the art, the different restaurants? Do you look for Philadelphia-based people to come in and do a restaurant or a smoke shop? Or how do you pick those people? Because we love our airport. Our airport, like he said, is fast to get to. It's really nice when you get in there, so you want to stay. And it's family friendly.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so we have a number of different teams. I'll speak to 2 of them. For the concessions program, all the food, the beverage, the retail, and if you want to start the microphone back there, we'll go there next. Are all led by Marketplace, which is our food, beverage, and retail operator. We do have both through the city and federally, what we call DBE requirements, disadvantaged business enterprise requirements, and a commitment to bringing local businesses into the airport. So that team is always focused on kind of curating a mix of options throughout the airport that reflect the community and reflect the city that we serve. On the art side, we do have a woman who's been running the art program for 25 years on my team. She only features local artists. It's 100% local artists throughout the airport. Over the last year, she's been, I think, almost fully focused on underrepresented artists out of Philadelphia. If there's anyone that you specifically want to be put in touch with, I'm more than happy to make that connection.
I love that. I'm so excited about that.
I think we have a question back there.
Hi, this is Raisha. I think you mentioned setting work boundaries for hours you're allowed to be contacted. How often do you communicate those expectations, and what do you suggest to others that you see not communicating those recommendations?
Yeah, so the other thing, I think you mentioned it, going remote is something that's common. Self-care is also something that is common with a lot of employers and with my clients. And so typically if I'm going out for more than 2 or 3 days and it's not a weekend, then I put it in my signature. Sometimes I'll also put it in my voicemail so that when people call, they know that I'm not going to call you back the next day per se. But also up front in my contracting with clients and, possibly having this conversation with your employer that for my self-care, travel and kind of being out is a part of my self-care, and I honor that for them when they're out, and I expect and appreciate when they honor that for me as well.
Thank you for asking that. I had the same question. We have one more, I think.
Hi, I have a question for the entire panel. I'm an entrepreneur. I have a team of about 25 people. We're doing work from home, we're doing flex work, we're doing remote work, and it's worked great. And I've heard all of you talk about being prepared. What about the times when you're prepared, but the world's not prepared for you? Like this week, I was in California and I was trying to support a staff here on the East Coast. Wednesday, I couldn't find that coffee shop to work at anywhere that had anything, that wasn't playing loud live music. And then Friday, when I planned to work from my plane, the plane coming back, the plane didn't have internet. So there was 6 hours of no time. How do you mentally prepare yourself for those things, remain flexible and not get frustrated or not disappoint your clients or your teams who are waiting for that kind of connection?
I can do 2 quick answers to that. One is Regis is one of the co-working spaces that I've signed up for because they're in a lot of different cities, and there are quite a few of them that have it. I have the lowest minimal package, which for them doesn't require me to pay anything monthly, but when I can't find a coffee shop or I'm in a place like Fredericksburg, Virginia, I can call and say, hey, I need to come in for 2 hours and get some work done, and they typically have a lot of space because less people are using them, but they're in a lot of locations. And the second one, I had a similar experience with a flight that didn't even have outlets for you to plug your stuff up in. And so when I'm taking those kinds of trips, again, I kind of put it in my emails letting people know that I'm traveling, but I also have in my mind, this may be an opportunity for me to rest. Sometimes it's the universe saying you're not supposed to be doing all of those things you think you need to. And typically, when I have that mindset, when I come back, nothing is gone awry. So just consider that.
Anything really quick, I would say. At this
Sure, yeah. I mean, if I know that something's coming up on the near horizon and, I have to make sure that it gets done, I'm doing 2 things. One, I might try to see if there's one of those like MiFis in the office that I could take with me where I know like, okay, fail safe, I have something that will actually give me an internet signal if everything else fails. But then separately, I'm talking to my team and just making sure like, hey, if something happens to me or whatever, like, can you guys be here to support me while I'm out? This is our family time. We've looked forward to this for a while. Or hey, we're traveling. Something could go wrong. Can you step in and pinch hit for me? And, you pay it forward, right? And when it comes up for them, then you help them out. And that's been that's been a good, like, way for me to, help with those situations. And then, of course, just knowing there are only so many things that you can control. And if you can't control it, then, You can't worry about it, right? It's outside of your control, right?
I mean, Bruce Lee said, be like water. That's the philosophy. But to that, one lesson, that I learned from the Navy that I use as a consultant and in my independent work is honor, courage, commitment, right? And also integrity. So it's the idea of, as an entrepreneur, make sure you always get the job done. So you got to be comfortable in saying, all right, if I lost my internet now, and I need to be up in the middle of the night, when I find connection completing this task, do that. And then the other thing is, it's a twofold thing for employers as well, compassion. I've been leaning on compassion a lot since 2020 because it was mentioned earlier, just like we all be on Zoom calls where a kid comes in, a dog comes in, the mail person comes, all sorts of distractions. And we got to be able to understand like, hey, sometimes things happen, but hopefully you have enough integrity in yourself where your team knows, all right, it's cool, their camera might have just cut out, but I know they'll call me back later and they'll get the job done.
And as the non-Sagittarius, thank you for all of those answers. I am going to call out, we are way over time. So I think thank you for the questions. I think we're going to wrap at this point. You guys all had such wonderful insights. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're checking. Oh, hello. All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Welcome, everyone, to the PHL Innovation Fest. This is the Tech Talks, Robotics, and Technology session. Thank you for hanging out. So we're going to get started with our lightning talks in a minute. But first, my name is Julie Zeglin. I am the managing editor at Technically, which is a tech and entrepreneurship news site founded here in Philadelphia. We cover tech in a bunch of cities across the Mid-Atlantic. And so in the next 30 minutes, we are going to be hearing about new technologies and developments that are paving the way for deeper exploration, efficiency, and safety from construction to ag tech companies. So we have 4 great speakers coming up. This is a lightning talk session, so if you have questions for the speakers, then please hang out afterwards in the outdoor area at the sparking spot. Our speakers would love to hear from you and tell you more about how they got to where they are today. So, again, this is the Tech Talk session focusing on robotics and technology. Welcome. So, first up. Nope. All right, great. So, first up, I'm happy to welcome Anush Lingamurthy to the stage. Anush is the CTO and co-founder of Ultramed. That's a medical device startup. It is focused on developing a wearable device to detect an opioid overdose and inject the reversal drug naloxone. This device can be used to combat the opioid crisis, where over half of this population overdoses when they're alone. Anush has previously worked as a software engineer for a local startup, but he gave up this role to pursue his research and develop this wearable device. He graduated from Drexel in 2018 with several engineering degrees. He's currently pursuing a master's degree in machine learning, as well as a PhD in electrical engineering, focused on signal processing, mechatronics, and medtech entrepreneurship. Welcome, Anush.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Anush Lingamurthy. I am the CTO and co-founder of Ultramed. At Ultramed, we are developing auto-injectors that are sensor-driven. Now, you must have seen an EpiPen, but it still requires someone to press it against your skin. Imagine a device that just sits on your shoulder, that's a wearable, that when it detects an opioid overdose, can inject naloxone in a timely manner, thereby reversing the overdose. Now, we have developed this device because more than half the population overdoses when they're alone. There's no one to inject naloxone and save them. We know the problem that exists in the US right now. The opioid epidemic, the numbers are crazy high. Over 81,000 individuals died from an opioid overdose last year. More than half of that, 52% of those people died when they were alone. And yes, naloxone is an antidote to this issue. It's existed for over 50 years now. But every form of delivering this drug requires a trained bystander willing to administer it. And not everyone has naloxone on them when they overdose. To solve this, we at Ultramed developed the Dove. Now, the Dove is named after Prince, who wrote the song, When Doves Cry. And he sadly overdosed from opioids. The Dove device is a simple shoulder-based armband. It continuously monitors biomarkers non-invasively using light-based sensors to monitor heart rate, respiration rate, and blood oxygen levels, such as SpO2. When a person has an opioid overdose, they have something called respiratory depression. Respiratory depression is when the opioids affect the respiratory system where they can't breathe anymore. And now this affects the amount of oxygen in their blood. Less oxygen in the blood is extremely dangerous for the brain. So what the Dove does, it continuously monitors the individual's motion and these biomarkers, looking at trends over a period of time, determining when a fatal overdose occurs. When it detects a fatal overdose, it tries alerting the individual to see if it can get a response from them. If no response is detected, it then injects naloxone into their system while alerting emergency medical systems and friends and families with the individual's location. Now, what's interesting about the Dove device is that it's not just an engineering solution, it's also a solution of getting these individuals who use opioids to wear such a device. To better understand this population, we interviewed people who use opioids in Kensington, Philadelphia, to see what their mindset was. Surprisingly, over 76% of this population is concerned of overdosing, and they are willing to wear a device that can detect an overdose and reverse it, thereby potentially saving their lives. It's also a closed loop system, which means both the sensing and injection mechanism lives on the same housing. It doesn't require a smartphone. It currently can just be adhered on the shoulder and easily concealed under a t-shirt. That was a main aspect of this device, where this population wanted it to be easily concealable. Its design is completely patient-centric. By developing a device that they enjoy wearing, it increases the willingness of them to wear it when they use. Its unique sensing mechanism of being able to detect these biomarkers off the shoulder is critical in making a device small enough to inject on the shoulder. Now, a device such as this not only saves lives, but gives people who are going through rehabilitation a second chance. Sadly, since we started this talk, someone might have overdosed, as an overdose death in the US occurs once every 7 minutes. This device is more for patients who are currently in the rehab program, who have been trying to get out of this issue, but by doing so, reduce their tolerance to opioids, so when they relapse, the overdose is much more severe. This also saves resources on the government's end in terms of time and an absurdly high amount of economic burden being put by this issue. So I'd like to thank everyone who joined us this Saturday afternoon to listen to my presentation. And please feel free to reach out to me. I'll be around, and I hope you join us in saving lives one injection at a time. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Anush. Thank you, Anush. So again, we're here, these are our tech talks. We're hearing about robotics and technology in the form of entrepreneurship. And I'm excited that next up we're hearing more on the robotics side. I'm happy to introduce Matt Bilski to the stage. He is the founder and CEO of Flex Solutions, which is developing intelligent mini robots to operate in spaces that humans can't easily access for the building, construction, and utilities industries. More on that shortly. Matt has a PhD in mechanical engineering from Lehigh University, focused on smart product design, technical entrepreneurship, and mechatronics. Matt has founded numerous companies, most recently Flex Solutions, to commercialize the FlexBot, which also happens to be his doctoral work. He has been a property superintendent and experienced many of the issues on site that led to the invention of the FlexBot. Matt is also a licensed professional engineer and an EMT. So welcome to Matt Bilski.
Hi. Well, loud. Hi there, everybody. I'm Dr. Matt Bilski, an inventor turned contractor turned mechanical engineering professor. I founded Flex Solutions out of my own frustrations on the work site to solve problems that I experienced firsthand. Our team has spoken to hundreds of stakeholders across the construction and maintenance landscape. In their own way, they all describe the exact same problem. They can't get where they need to work and safely do what they need to do. Something I experienced firsthand as a contractor and licensed professional engineer. What our team realized is that just how distribution and warehousing, they're always talking about that last mile. In inspection and maintenance, it's that last meter. Places like above the ceiling, under the floor. So a lot of times, they're just not doing inspections in there. When they are, it can take 2 workers, cost more, so all these incentives not to go up there. The reality is, because they're not, you lead to downtime, failures, disruptions, news headlines, and cost overruns in the order of 20%. Our solution is the FlexBot. The FlexBot is a modular snake-like robot, 1 inch in diameter, that's designed to fit into tight spaces to inspect, map, and then perform the required maintenance. Every FlexBot link is identical and packed full of sensors, including cameras and lights. Combining multiple links with our patented extension and rotation mechanisms is what makes a FlexBot, and different end effectors or tools can be interchanged on the end, like rippers, sprayers, specialty cameras, you name it. Anybody can use the FlexBot. The FlexBot is a collaborative robot or cobot designed to be used without the need for specific training. A worker simply inserts it up into a cavity, detects all the obstacles, and bends to avoid them all along the way. So here's an example use case learned from our construction partners. After buying an existing building, it's necessary to map and inspect to plan improvements and identify deficiencies. A FlexBot can be used up in the ceiling to map and inspect all the nooks and crannies, and even identify things like pipes and cables that are missing from existing plans. All this data can then be integrated into a BIM or building information modeling system that can then give you all the information. Imagine like a CAD or a 3D model, but all the data, blueprints in the future. So imagine being able to do next generation retrofits, like aerosol sealing in occupied buildings, or even spraying foam where the insulation is collapsed, or caulking windows without the need for scaffolding or high-lows. But then uses for the FlexBot extend beyond the walls of the buildings around us to the infrastructure connecting us. Workers can remain safely on the ground while actually doing their jobs, giving them previously impossible insights, but all at a price that's actually mass deployable. So we could put one of these in every work truck, while minimizing the need for workers to actually enter deadly confined spaces like utility vaults, but still allowing them to inspect the assets and understand the world around us. So at Flex Solutions, we're really passionate about offering cutting-edge robotics at power tool prices, and this is really enabled by the fact that every one of our links is identical. So we can just keep adding more or less as we need for a specific task, and that really helps keep it priced down, really allowing for that mass deployability. So we're looking at playing in some multi-trillion-dollar markets like construction, utilities, infrastructure. Right now our beachhead's focused on the construction maintenance sector, but then we can move laterally to these other industries that we're looking at. And we've received inbound interest from a bunch of these multi-billion-dollar companies who we're excited to start doing demos and pilots with this fall. And we've also won some recent awards. Last year we were awarded Most Fundable Companies by Pepperdine University. I was at Automate in the Cowan Startup Challenge earlier, getting on a plane to Chicago tomorrow morning. I'll be at IMTS all next week. And we just found out that we're one of 10 finalists in the naval tank inspection, like the tanks on the ships. So flying out at the end of the month to San Diego, and I'll get to go aboard an aircraft carrier and inspect it with the FlexBot. So exciting things coming up, competing in the last round of that. We also, earlier this year, teamed up with Gensler, the world's largest architecture firm, Skyline Capital Builders, and Lamar AI to form Team Unified Retrofits. We were one of 3 winners in the $5 million eRobot prize from the Department of Energy. That was focused on minimally invasive robotic building envelope, so the outside walls, retrofits and upgrades without the damage, without all the costs associated. So really excited about that recent win as well. And so here's some videos we recorded of that. The FlexBot's designed to go in through a standard outlet-sized hole, and here we are seeing that go on. And then once we're within a wall, we're actually able to bend and move in a single plane. So we can move between joists and kind of go there, or move in all 3 dimensions, like following along a windy duct. This notion of once you're in, we can move around in plane or in space, and then once you're there, do things like caulk that window without having to spend all the money and safety hazards of working at heights. And so kind of looking to the future, right now, again, we're focused cobotics. That worker inserts it up into the ceiling, does it kind of here, and as you explore the world of robotics, you'll see self-driving or things that we're heading towards. So because of our technology, down the road, the FlexBot could actually do that dream of running wires through walls without the mess, climbing through those walls, and then really all of that's enabled by data monetization. You have all these mass deployed FlexBots out there collecting mapping data in walls and bridges and all these places that we wish we could see, but just how for cars to self-drive, we've had to map the roads. We're excited to be a part of first collecting the data inside the built environment and then using it to enable future innovations. And it's not just me. Our entire team is deeply passionate about solving real problems with mass deployable robotic solutions. And they've worked at leading organizations before joining me on this crazy journey at Flex and helped support me in endeavors like this. And with that, thank you all for your time. We'll be out there and look forward to connecting.
Thank you, Matt. Something that is very cool about covering the technology industry as a journalist and also being at an event like this is that you get to see how many industries tech really is. So we've swung all the way from med tech and saving lives over to robotics and investigating ducks. We're going to swing back to med tech now. I'm excited to welcome to the stage Stephanie Modry. Stephanie has been an obstetrics nurse, a childbirth educator, a nurse educator, and a community nurse for almost 25 years. She's also an entrepreneur. She now runs VasoWatch, a startup she co-founded with an electrical and computer science engineer at the University of Pennsylvania. They are working to create a non-invasive wearable that helps to make childbirth safer by identifying a woman's risk for a postpartum hemorrhage based upon her blood vessel activity. So you'll hear more about that shortly. Stephanie is a South Jersey native. She earned her MSN in Innovation and Intra/Entrepreneurship in Advanced Practice Nursing at Drexel. She owns several businesses, some healthcare, some not, and in her career, she wants to improve how we care for mothers giving birth by partnering with nursing experts and those in other fields. So, welcome, Stephanie.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Okay, I'm not used to using one of these. I'll do my best. Give me a signal if I'm getting quiet like this, because my hand is going away. My hands usually move when I talk. So thank you so much for coming out to hear. So as a labor and delivery nurse, I've been present at thousands of births, and most of them go really, really well. But I've also been present at a fair amount where there is an excessive amount of bleeding, and that's what we're talking about today. It's called postpartum hemorrhage. We shorten it to PPH. It can be incredibly devastating, and for every woman that dies from it, you can have 50 to 80 that are near misses, but they have very long-term consequences. Everything from acute kidney injury, infection, PTSD, issues related to the blood transfusions. There's a lot of issues there. So PPH is preventable. You have some normal amount of blood loss to be expected after birth, but when you have too much, you have all that sequelae I just listed. However, a woman can die in 2 hours from it, and there's a big racial disparity where black women are dying 3 to 4 times the rate of white women, and that's independent of their education level, their socioeconomic status. So worldwide, 800 women are dying a day related to childbirth. The number one reason globally is this issue, postpartum hemorrhage. In the US, it's about number 3. Number 1 has to do with cardiac issues. So in the US, it's happening about 35% of the time, and that's why it's the cause of death. But overall, we've determined about 54 to 93% are preventable. So we're doing a lot of things that Florence Nightingale used to do. When she was taking care of the soldiers in the field, she would look at the cloth that they put on the wound to see how much blood came out. Nurses, we do the same. We look at the pad of how much blood is coming out. It's very subjective, and if we're also waiting around for the vital signs, that can give late information because the body compensates until it can't anymore. And in addition, the woman's body increases her blood volume by about 50% during the pregnancy to prepare for that event. But not everything goes so well. And we also have moms who have a lot of comorbidities even before they get pregnant, and then throw in COVID and all the unknown in there. We've got, our statistics are going higher and higher where moms are dying in childbirth. In addition, in the US, our rate of maternal mortality is double the next developed country. And that's an incredibly sad statistic. So what we are working on with my partner from University of Pennsylvania is he is an electrical and computer science engineer. I'm the nurse. We put our heads together to see what we can do to make childbirth safer. So we're working on making a comfortable wearable that goes right there on the wrist. It uses the same lights that you ever may have had if you had your oxygen measured. It's called PPG, photoplethysmography. Same thing on your smartwatches you're wearing right now. You get a little light shining underneath. Exact same. And we are assessing the heart rate variability so that we can actually be able to tell and say with a 90% accuracy this mom is most likely going to be hemorrhaging after she gives birth, and she's going to require an intervention. So we're providing situational awareness so that the team can do better for her. This is like a little gentle, slide of the wearable and what we're looking to do. We're basing it upon previous research that he has done, but truly we are the very first ones that are doing any of this space. He is the first one. We are the first ones that are trying to crack this problem, because right now we are not so great about assessing the risk of a woman. And we have found that of those who have a hemorrhage, 40% were the ones that we said were low risk. So we've got to do better. A lot of companies exist to monitor for preterm labor and actually like during the birth, the contractions, how's the baby's heart rate, but there's no technology looking at how we can help moms. Other companies are focused on how much blood has come out once it's come out. But we are half hour basically before the birth, because we're looking to give that alert a half hour beforehand to the team. So these are some of the players that are in the space, but they are later. So we have had some pretty good momentum. I'm just going to scan ahead a little bit faster. Let me show you this. These are all the birthing hospitals in the country. Now, where you see the pink dots, those are smaller hospitals. Every year, more and more of them disappear. So you have these healthcare deserts where women are not able to get obstetric care, and then they're having to drive now maybe double the distance to be able to get to a hospital to deliver, and you have a lot of patients who are funneling into a small space, and also not enough nurses. So it's a very, very much a bottleneck, and maybe the nurse is not available to pay attention to all the signs as well because she has multiple patients. So in our history, we've actually done pretty well. We won an award with the University of Pennsylvania, Innovation Award with the School of Nursing. We also were one of the Penn Health Tech winners last year. We have secured an NIH grant to be able to support our prototype development, and right now we're working on a Radix grant that's specifically asking for maternal child health development to be able to solve this problem. And that is pretty cool, because that's the program that actually got the COVID vaccine, to get up and running so quickly, and they're putting that same push towards women in their healthcare now. Real quick, last summer we were pretty productive. We had 525 patients in our study at the University of Pennsylvania, and we found that our rate that we observed is strictly observational. We found that nearly 30% of our moms lost too much blood. Whereas in the literature, they're like 3%, 5%. We were closer to 20 to 30%. It was strictly observational. So here's myself, here's my partner Jim, here's our awesome team of support, and we are with Penn PCIV. And we're looking to not only make childbirth safer for women in America, but we also have some pretty cool goals to be able to help internationally in the developing world as well, to make childbirth safer. So thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. All right, I am excited to bring up our last speaker, Vanessa McGrath. Vanessa is the Chief of Staff and Director of People Operations at Burrow. We're swinging back to robotics. The 5-year-old robotics company makes an autonomous collaborative robot called Burrow, which assists field workers with farming tasks. This year, the company was a part of John Deere's Ag Tech Accelerator. As a member of the senior leadership team, Vanessa handles investor relations, manages Burrow's legal team, and drives organizational structure as the young company continues to grow. She also oversees hiring for the world-class team of robot enthusiasts. And she is a lawyer by way of Temple's Beasley School of Law. So welcome, Vanessa McGrath.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here for this talk, and everyone on the interwebs as well. Hello out there. My name is Vanessa McGrath, and this is actually my first tech talk, so I'm super excited, and I had a lot of coffee this morning, so I'm sorry, and hopefully I'm not being too loud. So as Julie said, my name is Vanessa McGrath, and I'm the Chief of Staff and Director of People Operations at Burrow. So just for a little bit of context, I'll tell you about Burrow. It is an autonomous mobility company based here in Philadelphia. We also have an office out in California as well. To date, we've raised about $15 million, so we closed our Series A last September, and S2G, which is the Walton Family's Sustainability Venture Fund, was led our round along with Toyota Ventures. So that's just a little bit about Burrow and myself. So we're going to talk a little bit about robots and agriculture. So robots really are poised to change the future of work. So why are we talking about robots and how important they are now? So there have really been a perfect storm of tech advances that have led to the ability to scale robots. We have the availability of low-cost computer vision, also improvements to dexterity, modular software like ROS, which is the robot operating system, which helps with software development for robots. We also have the availability of low-cost GPUs, low-cost RTK GPS, as well as advancements in artificial intelligence. And so that means that autonomous platforms really can learn to navigate anywhere. They also can identify everything. So this is a picture here of a robot being able to identify clusters of table grapes in a vineyard. And also they're able to tackle dexterity. So they can do manipulation, pick and place with different end effectors. So in terms of agriculture, why is it critical now that we invest in robotics and outdoor environments? And that's because farmers really can't find enough workers to do this type of work. Top of mind, you might think that this might be because of a result of immigration restrictions, which is part of it, but also in California, we've seen a decline in farm workers up to 40% in the last 10 years. It's people don't really want to do this work. It's really hard. For example, we have a team of 7 folks out in California, and multiple times during the last 3 weeks, they've had to be pulled out of the fields because it's just too hot by about 1 p.m. in the afternoon. It's just really unsafe. And this is important and relevant because for farm workers, they're mostly paid by how much they pick, so how many boxes of grapes they pick a day. And so if they're being sent out of the fields early, there's not as much of an incentive for them to want to do this type of work. So really we're at a point where we need to have a solution, and robots are clearly the answer of how we help ensure that we're able to have this essential work be done. But a lot of the robotics that you see maybe on Instagram or TikTok, a lot of these are indoors or in warehouses, and they're laid down and require a lot of infrastructure in those businesses. So tracks have to be laid down, or you have to put fiduciary markers like a QR code so the robot can figure out where it is in the world. And so we really need an autonomous platform that is able to operate outdoors in unstructured and very dynamic environments. So by unstructured, I mean that the robot can move around in mud and water. Dynamicer environments are like the room we're in, people are moving around, things are getting put in different places. So this is our Burrow. It's an autonomous cart. Right now, it's mostly the use case is in table grape farms out in Central California. And so the mission of my company, Burrow, is to ensure, honestly, we want to eliminate all tedious tasks by the use of collaborative robots. We believe that, so we're trying to build Disney's WALL-E, and our theory that is you build WALL-E by starting with an autonomous collaborative robot, which is the Burrow. I don't know how many super hardcore robotics people we have here, but for the robotics folks, in terms of our tech, we have 4 stereo cameras and an IMU that's built into those cameras. We have wheel encoders and also an RTK GPS system, but we're often operating in GPS-deprived environments because there's actually a lot of canopy in a lot of the fields and crops that we work in. So you really are relying on computer vision to navigate through the world. For the non-tech people, so if you don't know a lot about robots, I'm a lawyer, as Julie already disclosed to you, so this is my first tech talk. So for anyone who does not know anything of robots, if you take away one thing, it's humans are really smart, and it's really hard to get a robot to think like a person. So for example, I'm talking a lot about computer vision, so it's just how the robot sees the world. So a robot, if it were to look at this room right now, I think it's almost like one. It's bright in here, it's light, you're sitting here, you're sitting here. If a robot were to look at this room in a few hours, and you're not here anymore, and it's dark outside, it would be whoa, where am I? I don't know where I am. It could not tell the difference. So you really have to train the robot to understand and localize itself in the world. Also, one thing I'll say, in case I get this question afterwards, we do not use LiDAR, which is a very expensive sensor for localization and mapping, and that makes our burrow a lot more affordable. A lot of those tiny robots you see use this expensive sensor that costs about $3,000 each, and they'll often have 3 to 4 of those sensors in them, so that's about $12,000. You can buy our burrow on our website for $15,000, so if anyone's interested, let me know afterwards. And our burrows are actually already in use today. So last summer, we had about 90 burrows out in California operating, and that put us in the top 5 to 10% largest fleets in the world of autonomous outdoor robots. And this year, this is kind of news, I haven't really talked about this a lot, but this year we'll have almost 200 robots operating in California. So I think we'll have one of the largest fleets, I'm hoping. So we'll see. And we're seeing that once we have robots out in commercial use, that our customers are finding all sorts of different ways to use the robots. And I did have a slide with a lot of cool videos, but I'm gonna blame Mercury in retrograde that it doesn't want to work. So we are gonna see one video, so sorry about that. You know, I really commend you guys for having a tech conference during Mercury in retrograde, because I'm just terrified for the next several weeks. So congrats. So if that's the only thing that goes bad, it's great. But we have been seeing that our customers are using these robots in all different types of applications, attaching a mower to them, using them for spraying, using them for crop counting. So there's so many things that you can attach to the burrow and once you establish this level of mobility. So we're gonna end with the video. Oh, I'm gonna go? Oh, here's some pictures. So this also shows you some of the applications. So we see in the second slide, there's a photo, there's the burrows in nursery use. We're also doing some work in solar as well. Okay, sorry, I was just killing time. Okay, we can roll the video. So these are burrows out in primary use.
So thank you everybody for joining us. And I've been Julie Zeglin. I'm with Technically. This has been our Robotics and Technology Lightning Talks. Everyone you just heard from will be out at the sparking spot outside after this if you want to hear from them about how they got to where they are, how they came up with the idea for their company, how they were a lawyer or a nurse and now they work on a tech startup. So we'll all be outside. Would love to hear from you, but thank you so much for joining us. Have a great rest of your day.
Check 1, 2, check 1, 2, check.
right, let's get some energy in here really quick. First and foremost, thank you guys for joining us, as always, in Room B. Can we just clap it up for all of us being here today? BPHL Innovation Fest. I'm Christian Crosby, your host. I've been back and forth on the stages, in-arena host for the 76ers, most know me from, but it's been an honor to host this event. I've learned so much so quickly. I'm actually really excited about this panel, a story of dedication and resilience, the visionaries behind Philly's food scene. And I have so much respect for anyone in the food industry, especially coming out of 2020 when everything was shut down. And it's just so hard to, if you've worked so hard to build something like a restaurant or a food business, to get shut down for so long, and then people not knowing where their money's going to go and holding on tight to their money, so now they're grocery shopping more and eating at home more, it makes it almost nearly impossible to keep a business going like that. So anyone who's made it out alive, I have the utmost respect for. So I'm really excited to hear from these panelists coming out here who are going to speak on why they chose Philly as their home, new ways that they figured out how to succeed and collaborate, et cetera, et cetera. So please make some noise. Like, we got to show mad love for this panel. And our moderator for the panel, please make a lot of noise. She is a freelance writer and editor. Give it up for Maddie Schweitzer LeMay. Make some noise, y'all. Maddie. Take it away.
All right. Thank you guys for being here. I guess I'm going to sit, so there's room for them to get on the stage. Okay, so first up, we have Charisse McGill. Charisse is the owner and operator of Local Artisan Foods, which operates French Toast Bites, a food business with stalls at both Cherry Street Pier and Spruce Street Harbor Park. Charisse is the first Black woman in Philly to run a food establishment in either of these locations, and she's also the first Black woman in Philly with a signature craft beer. In addition, State, the first Black woman in the state. In addition to all of this, she's turned her French Toast Bites into a collaboration blend with Bean to Bean Coffee, as well as a signature spice blend. Charisse, thanks for being here. Ellen Yin has been a pioneer in the restaurant industry since 1997. When she founded her flagship restaurant, Fork. Since then, she's gone on to co-found High Street Hospitality Group, which includes High Street Philly and High Street on Hudson in New York, as well as A Kitchen and Bar. Ellen is a multi-year nominee for the James Beard Foundation's Outstanding Restaurateur Award and is celebrating the 25th anniversary of Fork this year.
Sick.
Tyler Aiken has been working in Philly restaurants for more than a decade. Most recently, he opened Le Cavalier, the restaurant inside the historic Hotel DuPont in Wilmington. His past ventures include Dearly Beloved Stock and Res Ipsa, which gained national acclaim when it opened in 2017. Tyler is also a founding board member of the Independent Restaurant Coalition, which was created during the pandemic as a national lobbying group for independent restaurants. Give it up. So I think we're going to start by talking about a topic that will probably come up a lot today across a lot of industries, the idea that there's kind of a cultural shift happening, especially in restaurants, around workers' rights, wages, harassment. I wonder if you guys can each tell me a little bit about how these cultural shifts have showed up in your businesses and what you're doing to accommodate for them. Maybe we start with you, Ellen. You got 25 years.
Well, I think that the overall trend pre-pandemic had been that there were so many restaurants and it was difficult to hire people to begin with because just the sheer number of employees needed and trying to make the industry as attractive as possible. And when the pandemic hit, of course, our poor hospitality industry, when you hear suddenly that all the frailties of hospitality, low margins, razor-thin margins, issues with quality of life, all these things that suddenly started popping up during the pandemic, really put us at a restart point when we started to reopen, because not everybody, one, felt comfortable coming back right after COVID. I mean, many people were still afraid, didn't want to be front-facing. Then you have the issue of the wages, so that's been a topic of discussion that's been discussed at length in the press, whether or not tips should be included or not, and how to make the pay more equitable between the front of the house and back of the house. That has been a major issue. And then, of course, I love hospitality. I've been doing it for 25 years. How do you make others want to make this a career and see it as a long-term goal, not a short-term, stopover?
Charisse?
I didn't come from the restaurant world. I think I was a waitress for like a week when I was in high school at Eaton Park. I'm from Pittsburgh. So I think I was like waitress for a week. But what I did have the opportunity to do is teach hospitality in secondary and post-secondary levels. So I taught at Benjamin Franklin High School, right up there for 8 years. I coached the girls basketball team there, and I also taught in Bucks County. So the only thing I noticed difference between the students in the city and the students in Bucks County were the access to opportunity. So when I resigned from teaching my career in education, I said when I open a business, I'm gonna make sure that they call them at risk, I call them opportunity. Youth have an opportunity to work and make a real wage. And I was on this in 2018. So my lowest paid employee makes 12% more than minimum wage, and she's 15. And she goes to Kappa right down here in South Philly. So I care about all that stuff. So I have dancers on my staff. I have football players who just had their first football game, this week coming back. They broke their foot. I said, can you hop in to work? No. But I always cared about the social life balance, having a job, because a lot of times the young men who I work for, they're like the man of their house at 16, at 17. So I'm really committed to hiring young adults 16 to 24, pay them a living wage, and treat them with respect. They have autonomy. They tell, there's some people that make French toast better than me on that staff. I'm not gonna say who though, but there's some people on the staff that are in high school that make French toast bites look prettier than mine. But I allow them the freedom and opportunity to do that, and they have confidence. I've got notes from parents, their grades went up, better at math, because there's one thing to do math on paper, it's different when you got a line of 50 people who need their change. It's a lot different. So I get the notes from the parents saying their grades right up, so I'm committed to the youth. I'm gonna maintain that commitment, and I have low turnover. No one's ever quit.
Wow.
Since 2018.
Even if they go on to college or anything like that?
I make them stay local.
You make them stay
Yeah, the furthest is Westchester.
Well, that's amazing. I can't make that claim. People have quit. I think before the pandemic, for a long time, sustainability has been a buzzword, but mostly in reference to what's on the plate, what's being poured into glasses, sort of the ethos behind how food and drink are sourced. I think that, what the pandemic did for a lot of folks, and it wasn't, from employees to owners, was give an opportunity to sort of take a breath and have some thoughts that were hard to make time or room for, when you're working 70 or 80 hours a week, either as a line cook or a sous chef or an owner. You get caught in this cycle that doesn't permit a lot of reflection. You're just kind of, you're in this mode of fixing things as they come up, or maybe planning a next restaurant, and that's an opportunity to have creative thought, but actually, assessing the whole world around you and your own goals and what you're doing. I think that, a lot of the conversation around sustainability in the last 2 years has shifted as much to the lifestyle. Ellen referred to it, and I think it's absolutely right, is, these work-life balance considerations, drawing some reasonable lines around what your commitments are to your own business or as an employee to your job. And, as owners and operators, I think, obviously that's a much bigger part of, what we're dealing with now is really being sensitive to those things. And it's wonderful and really a true silver lining to the pandemic that, in the midst of all this destruction in our industry, there was at least a moment to sort of think about what we're actually doing.
Yeah. I think another way that I saw the industry adapt kind of broadly was that there was like a very large proliferation of pop-ups, and they've kind of shown up in different ways. I know that each of you guys have done pop-ups in your own businesses, and I wonder if you can talk a little bit about that and why it's felt so important and what you think the role of pop-ups will be going forward in the industry.
I got into the food business by way of the Lansdale Farmers Market. So I was the long-term manager for 7 years, and I had this unique opportunity to meet these independent food and beverage producers live their dream under a 10 by 10 white tent. And the ones who were doing it correctly were earning 6 figures. I said, I'm on the wrong side of this tent. We're talking about the guacamole guy. We're talking about your traditional farmers, because I think farmers get you to the farmers market, but it's the added value folks who keep you at the farmers market. So I'm watching these folks develop their business over these years, and I'm like, I can do that. So I started taking the open air food market economy super serious, to the point that I went back to school, St. Joe's, to get an MBA in food marketing, just to really understand this local food ecosystem, what it means to keep the money local. Farm to table, there's a lot of photo table too, but farm to table, there's different practices that I just got super attracted to. Like that's what the name of my business is called, Local Artisan Foods, because we started in a farmer's market, but French Toast Bites just took on a life of its own. And you're light on your feet, being at these pop-ups. I've met more people at Spruce Street Harvard Park, more people at Eastern State Penitentiary, more people at Christmas Village than would ever come to my restaurant. Because let's just say me, Tyler, and Ellen, we're hanging out. It's like, oh, let's check out that French toast place. But Ellen says, I don't like French toast. Nobody's coming. But if they say, let's go to Spruce Street, me and Tyler will get the French toast, Ellen's getting the tacos, we'll meet in the middle. So it provides some versatility. You're agile, because if we're not open, I'm not spending any money besides operation insurance, monthly stuff like that. If we're not open, we're not doing it because it's like, it's better than being on Main Street pop-ups, to be completely honest with you. Especially for starting out, it's easy marketing. We did like Made in America, right, last weekend. You're like, oh, I saw you here. I go to Cherry Street all the time. I do this. I never would have reached these people any other kind of way if I wasn't where they were already. Like, I don't rely on people to come to me. We go to the people. And that's been 4 years. We don't have a storefront. I don't have a food truck. Nothing. Sounds fun.
We don't really do pop-ups the way Charisse does, but we do a lot of events. And events are similar to pop-ups in the sense that you kind of know what to expect. But I think that one thing that has been successful for a lot of pop-ups is that if you don't have a brick and mortar, it's a low-cost, low overhead way of getting your business out there, and it's a great way to get started. If you have an idea of a food business and you can set something like that up. I use that idea for my wonton project, which was originally, we were uncertain as to how Fork could reopen, being such a large restaurant, and also, not knowing what the future of dine-in was. So we had prepared this idea of doing this wonton project, a ghost kitchen, so to speak, in the back of Fork, and it became essentially like a pop-up, and we will do pop-ups of the Wonton Project from time to time at different locations. But I think the idea of the pop-up is a way to test your proof of concept, to generate excitement about your concept, because it's a limited time, so it's not always open. You can't just always get there. And that has added a lot of attraction to pop-ups. And then also just, for me at least, the Wonton Project was a way to generate awareness about anti-Asian discrimination and to raise money for that cause. So that was how I used the idea of pop-ups. Also, Sisterly Love Collective, a group of women who came together at the beginning of the pandemic, when there was no dine-in and there was only outdoor dining, we did pop-ups of our women-owned businesses in front of each other's restaurants. And so out in the cold, selling whatever, whatever we could that was available to go. It was typically not prepared foods, but lots of consumer products and things like that. That helped a lot of small businesses stay open.
I can co-sign on that.
Yeah, those markets were really fun.
Yeah, and Sisterly Love is amazing also. The kind of like almost festival, tasting format. Anybody who hasn't been to a Sisterly Love event, they are amazing. So we, I think like the word of the year in 2020 was pivot, and like Ellen said, there was an element of with Wanton Project, sort of supplemental revenue and philanthropic at the same time. We did a thing out of Stock Rittenhouse that first pandemic summer of 2020, which we called Anchor Light, and it was like a time when some people were starting to get out again and go to the beach maybe, but it was a really awkward time that summer, and we saw an opportunity to give people a taste of sort of the beach in the form of the seafood shack. We had rebooted with PPP money, and it was clear really quickly that the same thing that Stock always faced during the summer, which is people not wanting to eat as much soup, was going to happen yet again. And we just needed to do something to drive sales. So that was it. And the other collaborative kind of pop-up thing that we've been doing in the last couple of years, we did a fundraising series called IRCX Wilmington. And we're going to talk about IRC in a few minutes, but this is an organization, a grassroots organization that always needs money. It costs money to have a voice in Washington, D.C., for better or worse. And, we set out to raise money in the form of these collaborative dinners where we paired a local Wilmington chef with like a national celebrity chef, where, they would pop up in that restaurant. And for that night, it was a pop-up. It wasn't truly that restaurant that was hosting, because you had the voice of these national chef talents coming through, collaborating on the menu. And I think for the guests, the regular guests, who were the most frequent subscribers to this series, it was a really cool opportunity to see that restaurant manifest in a new way, to connect with a chef who otherwise, you may not get to eat in one of their restaurants unless you're in like Las Vegas or New York or wherever it is. Really proud to have brought people like Andrew Zimmern, Tom Colicchio, Gregory Gourdet, and Philly's own Jim Burke, down to Wilmington and ultimately raise $100,000 for the organization. So that was our really cool pop-up, and I think it was a way to, it was cool for the teams within these restaurants, getting to work alongside chefs from Philly, chefs from New York and beyond, as much as it was cool for the community and the local guests down there to have a chance to connect with these restaurants in a new way.
That's awesome. $100,000 is a lot of money.
Congratulations.
Charisse, I'm curious, is it a long-term goal for you to open a traditional brick and mortar restaurant, or is that not part of your goals?
No. Does Auntie Anne's have one? Does Mrs. Fields have one? Does Cinnabon have one? They made a business, they made a career, they made a franchise off of being in high traffic areas.
Yeah.
I'm not here to recreate the wheel.
Yeah.
Because like we were at Made in America, I marketed, but they had already sold 55,000 tickets.
Right.
So if you catch them, I'm gonna skin them. Same thing with the waterfront. They're gonna do the marketing. Whatever I do is just the cherry on the top.
Yeah.
There's gonna be 10,000 people coming anyway, but it's my job amongst my other food vendor peers to skin them. And that's where I invest my resources. You guys catch them, we gonna skin them.
Yeah.
They're gonna post this French toast bites. They're gonna post this picture.
It's cool. It's interesting, like all the different forms that I think we see these businesses kind of taking, and I think it's interesting that you're like, no, this is working. We don't need to like,
Man, I got enough bills at home. I got the mortgage. I don't want a mortgage and a rent down. I'm cool, I'm cool.
I just want to say, from a business perspective, that's why you see ghost kitchens, cloud
Right.
kitchens, whatever.
Right.
All these new models of food service that are trying to eliminate the high capital investment of restaurants. Restaurants are incredibly expensive. Right now, the biggest advice I can give anyone who wants to open a restaurant is that if you insist on opening your own restaurant, find a location that was already a restaurant, because so much of the investment is, millions of dollars. Right now, labor is expensive across the board. If you're gonna open a restaurant, either have somebody else build it out for you, or find a place that's an existing place, because that's the issue. When we talk about the future of restaurants, there's going to have to be a shift in the perspective of real estate in order to make restaurants work, especially if rent is now going up, labor is going up, yeah.
On that note, I think I want to talk a little bit about collaboration, but I'm going to ask you guys some individual questions. Ellen, starting with you. 25 years to run any business, but especially a restaurant, is an amazing accomplishment. And as part of that, you decided to make a zine, which I know you have. They're beautiful, and one of the things that stood out to me about the zines is that you have kind of focused mostly on other people. You talk a little bit about Fork in it, but it's largely about your community and the people that you've been connected with. Can you talk about where the idea for the zine came from and why that felt like an appropriate way to celebrate Fork?
Right, so a restaurant is about the community. It's about the people around you. It's about gathering. Where do you go when you're happy? You go out to celebrate. Where do you go when you're sad? Sometimes you just want to connect with people at the bar and have a drink with somebody to commiserate. It's a place, it's a gathering spot for the community. And Fork for 25 years has been that for the Old City and East Market Street community, as well as tons of special occasions. And it's really hard when you're in a competitive environment where new restaurants are constantly, believe it or not, if you look at how many restaurants are still being opened in this economic environment, there are still people opening up restaurants, crazy enough. To be 25 years and to be able to say that you're still relevant, I think the zine really talks about the pillars that we're most passionate about: sustainability, community, collaboration, those type of things. And it's about the people who helped us succeed. Honestly, we have an incredible network of alumni. John Abraham is here with us today, and it's incredible to be connected to people. Even when we were in the green room meeting somebody from Delaware River Waterfront Corporation, just being able to connect with people that really helped you along the way. I think that the zine really celebrates, and the goal is to think about what the future, what does the next 5 years, 10 years, really need to focus on to ensure that our industry continues. I think that there's still a role for restaurants, even though.
Me too.
Even though, it's expensive to open.
Cherise, you, from the start of your business, have kind of positioned yourself in connection with a lot of other businesses. Can you talk about some of those collaborations and why it felt like the right way to establish your business?
Sure. Ellen, can I get in the zine? You want to put me in the next one? All right. Again, the whole business, outdoors, lots of events, lots of people. 2018, we were on a tear. We launched at Christmas Village. I left my cushy director-level job at a local college to sell French toast in 32-degree weather. In the 45 days of that event, my gross sales totaled 75% of the annual salary I left behind, and that kind of set the trajectory for what was to come in 2019. There wasn't an event in Philly, a street fest from South Street to the main line, that we didn't participate in, right? Roots Picnic, Made in America. We're on a tear. I was like, yo, we're taking this show on the road. We're going to Broccoli City in DC. We're going to Lollapalooza in Chicago. We're going to Coachella in California. And then March 2020 happened and we wasn't going nowhere. We weren't going anywhere. So for like 2 weeks, I panicked. I was like, I did not quit my cushy job for this. I did not go back and pay $60,000 for an MBA at St. Joe's for this. So I had to figure it out very fast what to do. This is a swear. I got a call from the Delaware River Waterfront. I guess they heard me crying in the Inquirer. I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I got a call from a guy named Jackie who runs the waterfront. He says, we have a space available if you wanna come down to Spruce Street, Hubbard Park, because it's considered outdoor dining. I was down there, Ellen, before he can hang up the phone. Like, I had my French toast. I was there, like, where do you want me to go? I'm right there. So that sparked everything, because at the time, I didn't even really know that I was the first black woman to own and operate a food establishment on Penn's Landing, as it is like a tourist attraction now. So that made tons of headlines. Again, it gained tons of attention. So we have our signature French Toast Bites product. An executive came by. He was like, how can I get these on my platform? I'm like, what's your platform? He was like, GoPuff. Oh.
Heard of that.
Right. Heard you. I was like, well, these we would have to like, it's not like Federal Donuts where we can just drop them off. They're kind of made to order. He's like, do you have anything else? I was like, I have this spice. He was like, do you have anything else? I was like, oh yeah, I have a beer, but it's not canned yet. Like, it's brewing as we speak. We'll carry it. Call me. They made good on their promise. GoPuff was the first. They committed to buying half of every batch we make.
Oh, wow.
And they still do. Today, and so I was able to get my beer delivered instantly just because I was the first black woman at Spruce Tree Hubbard Park to own and operate a food establishment, and the executive from GoPuff really liked it. So fast forward, I got an investment from Chris Paul by way of GoPuff in the beer for distribution. It's crazy how things happen. So that was like one of the things. I became a national ambassador, paid ambassador for DoorDash, because this street food that's now on DoorDash. It was a whole big campaign. It ran on BET for like 6 months. It was huge. And same kind of deal. And I still have a relationship with DoorDash and GoPuff to this day. Those are just little ones. So the beer came about because they saw me on television and they said, I want to make a beer with you. I said, okay. That was Doylestown Brewing Company. What Doylestown Brewing Company didn't know or realize that in June 2020, the country was kind of flipped and turned upside down. So you're about to usher in the first black woman in the state with a beer. Be ready. He thought I was talking trash. The first batch, which was 7 barrels, sold out in a week. Because remember, GoPuff already made the commitment.
Right.
It sold out in a week. He made the same batch again. I said, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you make more? Scale. It sold out in a day. So here we are, 2021, Black History Month, Women's History Month. I don't have a beer. Yards comes to the rescue. They said, what do you need? I was like, I need somebody to produce this out of fast rate because it's selling. We're in 110 stores now.
Wow.
With the French Toast Bites beer, we're in 110 stores. The waterfront carries it for me because, there's only liquor license, it's Pennsylvania. A lot of weird things with that liquor license. And then somebody reached out to me, Bean to Bean. They said, let's make a coffee with your spice. So I send them 50 pounds of spice every week to make wholesale coffee bags for us in the small 12-ounce bags. I got it here. It's available online. GoPuff also picked this up as another product that they carry and deliver for me. So those relationships, I had to partner and pivot my way through the pandemic. And it worked. Waterfront is a partner because now we have 2 locations. We're at Cherry Street Pier and Spruce Street Hubbard Park. So to me, relationships are more valuable than money.
It's amazing. GoPuff.
And remember, I'm just a street food. I still don't have a food truck. I don't have a storefront, but I have a beer, a coffee, and a spice. In 2019, when it wasn't cool to fund black women businesses, I was told, venture capitalists said I couldn't scale. Well, that's a lie, because I'm in 4 places right now as we speak. I was like, I couldn't scale. That's where French Toast Bites is, not my other products.
Yeah.
They're all over. So they didn't see it, and it wasn't for them to see,
It's exciting. Tyler, you are a founding member of the IRC. I want you to kind of describe what the IRC is, and then I also want to talk about kind of what you see as the future, because I think my impression is that the first kind of wave of work that the IRC has been doing is kind of coming to a close, and you're kind of reestablishing yourselves for the long term. So can you talk about what was the moment that called for this kind of formal collaboration between independent restaurants?
The moment was roughly March 15th, 2020. There was a meeting around that day, Ellen, right, at Zahav that was just totally surreal. Basically, anybody in Philly who had more than one restaurant was invited to come to this meeting because we all saw what had just happened in New York. We knew the hammer was dropping. And, it was all these people are connected by individual friendships, and certainly there are cliques. within that group of folks who were there that day, but it was unbelievable. Like, there's no other instance, maybe besides Feastival, where everybody is there. You know, there was a lot of discussion immediately about, on a local level, what could be done. You know, and you know, it was quickly, you saw City Hall, you know, taking action on, well, this wasn't so quickly, but streeteries or takeout cocktails, things that were certainly helpful, especially if you had a liquor license and if you had frontage that would accommodate outdoor dining, which many people did not. And, you know, but I think the challenge, like in that meeting, that first meeting where we were all together, there were discussions of like, this will go on for 2 weeks, or, you know, I remember the folks from Soraya and Pizzeria Badia, like, you know, they were like, we're closing for a month, and it was just unbelievable. It was like, holy, you guys are like, that seems so really pessimistic. Hopefully it won't, you know, and obviously that was actually a pretty conservative closure by most measures. IRC was, you know, birthed by some folks like Andrew Chasen, who's represents chef and restaurateur talent when they do like brand deals. Will Godera from 11 Madison Park, Tom Colicchio, and folks kind of at that level. And, you know, quickly they started casting the net a little wider. I mean, this is within those first few days after March 15th. I happened to be caught in that net and got pretty involved very quickly, much like Ellen, you know, Nick Elmy, and you know, Steve Cook from Cook and Solo, some other folks in Philadelphia did a lot of work. Basically, the idea was we know that states, cities, counties are going to try to do what they can for restaurants, but at the end of the day, the borrowing power of the federal government was really going to be the only way to make restaurants whole, or come close to it. So, you know, there was PPP was the first thing that came around, and it was really obvious immediately that PPP wasn't going to work for restaurants the way it was set up. So we set to work trying to amend that program, make it more conducive to, you know, application in the restaurant industry. And, you know, and then we got to work on this grant program. We called it the Restaurants Act, ultimately became the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, which was like, you know, this really elegantly simple formula, which was take your 2019 revenue, subtract your 2020 revenue, and then whatever you got from PPP, whatever the difference is, that's going to be the value of your grant from the SBA. And miraculously, and it ended up passing a little too late, and it was certainly underfunded, so there were a lot of folks who were left out. 2/3 of the applicants actually did not receive funding. But for the third that did, I think it was really transformative and gave a, you know, a form of stability that hadn't existed, you know, since the onset of the pandemic. Something we're really proud of. Again, it was not perfect. It didn't have enough money, but it was momentous in the moment. You know, we're looking forward. You know, it became clear that there's so much work to be done. You know, looking at the way the Farm Bill takes shape every several years, looking at immigration, looking at credit card swipe fees, which is the third biggest expense to restaurants after labor and food. You know, these things that, you know, in the past, the National Restaurant Association, which is funded and basically represents chains and franchises, independent restaurants have been trotted out as like a decoration for them, and they have a couple of board members that are, I think, mostly just symbolic. You know, having a real voice, having a place for independent restaurateurs to connect, mentor one another, network, share information, and ultimately lobby for policies that will help our little segment of the industry.
So what are you guys working on right now?
Right now we're working on credit card swipes. We're working on working on delivery fees, which like DoorDash, for instance, amazing that they're giving brand ambassadorships. Amazing that in the case of IRCX Wilmington, they gave us $30,000 to help underwrite the series. However, they're incredibly predatory. There are plenty of stories where, a restaurant owner for whom English is a second language is duped into signing a contract where they're giving 45% of their transaction to DoorDash, which like is embarrassing for them, and I think should offend everybody. So we're looking at that, and moving into 2023, when the Farm Bill is renewed, that's something that we're very active in as well.
Cool. I want to talk a little bit about staffing, because I know that a lot of the restaurateurs and business owners that I talk to are having a lot of issues with staffing. I'm curious what you guys have done to deal with that, how you've managed to staff. I guess you don't have to worry about that because no one's ever quit.
It's a pipeline. My general manager was my student at Benjamin Franklin High School in my tourism and hospitality class. He's 26 now, so it had to be 10 years ago. And part of the program I worked for, Philadelphia Academies, we had scholarships to send students who went to school to study sport and recreation management, tourism, hospitality, and culinary arts. He was one of them. He kind of thinks I saved his life, and because he went on to East Stroudsburg and received a 4-year degree in hospitality, but he did his internship with me. You had to do a final internship for X amount of credits. I was like, yeah, come down. He never left. He never left. So I asked one of my teacher mentors. His name is Ray. I mean, not my teacher, my GM is Ray. And I asked my teacher mentor, I was like, why is Ray sticking around? He's smart. He can work somewhere else and make way more money. He said, my mentor said, he believes in you like you believed in him.
It's beautiful.
10 years ago.
I think you're alluding to something that I think is really important in business across the board, but I think that people have really been demanding in the restaurant industry, which is mentorship and the opportunity to grow. And I know that has been an important part of, giving people the chance to evolve into new parts of your business. Has that been y'all's experience as well, that mentorship has been important?
I think that more than ever, we have to ask ourselves, why are these kids why are they coming to you?
Yeah.
Why should somebody come to you? And for restaurants like Fork, A Kitchen, High Street, we're always looking. I mean, almost every restaurateur I know is always looking. And we're looking at places where we didn't look before. We're looking harder at every single applicant that we didn't, previously maybe look at because we had way more applicants. But now we look at every single applicant that comes through the door. We're looking through places like Philadelphia Youth Network, CCAP, we always had a relationship with. We're looking at the Philadelphia workforce. We developed a program with Drexel University that starts next week. It's like, for lack of a better word, hospitality boot camp. So if anybody wants to join the industry, they can go for a 5-day crash course on hospitality. The city actually has an incredible training program where if you pay the living wage of $15, the city will subsidize that amount for business owners, and I think that applies to almost any industry. I think, as a community organization, I've had great employees from all over, and the most important thing, talking about mentorship, is just figuring out why are they there. Are they there because they are thinking about it as a full-time career? Are they there because they're just passing through and they want to become a graphic designer? How do you inspire people to relate to what you're doing and make them take a part of it with you? And for me, for 25 years, it's been about, the journey that people go through our organization, how they grow, how they come in, and how they leave. My goal is to have every single person be a better person when they leave, and however you measure that, I think that's the most important thing.
Tyler, do you want to?
I along those lines, I mean, mentors were always important to me when I think about my career. I always think about those names and personalities as a reference point for how I'm doing or what I'm doing. And for us, like Ellen and Charisse have said, it's harder than ever to find folks. I'm sure everyone here either knows that personally or has read stories about it. It's even harder in Wilmington than it is in Philly, I would argue. And one way that we try to get ahead of that and incorporate a mentorship mission was creating this program with an organization called the Teen Warehouse. It's a facility in South Wilmington where teens can go after school and either do homework or learn, graphic design. We got with them and took some money from JP Chase to start this program where, a cohort of 20 high school students starts every 3 months. So the first 3 months, this cohort will learn things like, soft skills. They'll get a ServSafe certification. They'll do mock job interviews. Many of these kids haven't had a job, and that is, I think, critical to know how to compose yourself and advocate for yourself in that setting, and also coaching them through creating a resume. The second 3 months of the program, they're actually placed with a local Wilmington restaurant where they work paid 15 hours a week. So the first group we had come through, JP Chase, covered their hourly wages. And once we had proof of concept, Delaware's Department of Health and Social Services stepped in to cover those wages. And it's just been really awesome. Now we're in the 5th cohort, so 100 high school students have come through the program. And we've actually, at the end of those 3 months, hired several of these students. I think we have 5 on our team now who have either graduated high school and work full time with us, or have continued to work in the evenings or on the weekends to make money. And I think, to Ellen's point, asking them why, figuring out why they're there, we understood really quickly that actually a lot of these students were interested in front of house. And I think there's always been this prevailing idea that cooking can be a career because there's sort of this very, very natural progression, right? You're like line cook, sous chef, chef, whatever, maybe owner. And I think maybe there was a sense that front of house work was maybe more of a gig thing. It was like what you did before you went to grad school, or what you did before your dream job entry level came through. And we've created a parallel program for people to consider front of house work a viable career as well. So proud of that. And it's I think we're all just trying to figure out ways to supplement the workforce, which has dwindled. And yeah.
We have 5 minutes left, and I'm going to ask a really big question that we're going to talk about for 5 minutes. I want to know now that we're kind of reaching some sense of normalcy, what y'all's dreams, goals are for the next 5, 10, 25 more years of Fork. What you kind of are looking forward to and thinking about moving forward in your businesses.
Well, I'm just going to say that it might seem normal, but I'm not sure that it is entirely normal. Business, you may go out and you might see restaurants being crowded, but we are still trying to figure it out, and there are so many factors that are going into it. Now you have inflation being part of that equation, and price inflation, menu inflation also going side by side that. So it is not 100% normal, but I will say that it is at least stable. For me personally, we had to relocate High Street from adjacent to Fork, which had been there for 16 years, and we had we unfortunately were not able to stay in that location. We relocated, and now we're looking to reinstitute a dine-in restaurant. So that's one of our immediate goals. But for me personally, reopening was almost like starting from day one. It was almost 1997 again, and a lot of my employees didn't want to come back, and rebuilding our management team, retraining. My hope and dream is to recreate a group of like-minded, value-driven managers who can take us into the next decade and allow me to do the work that I love, which is community building, being on boards, not retire, but to be involved with Sisterly Love Collective, of course, which is a completely volunteer-driven organization to try to help women, restaurateurs and food entrepreneurs build and grow their businesses. And so all that work is really important and time-consuming.
Ellen, I think you might be like me. I don't think you're ever going to retire. I think you'll just get retired. Like you're just going to do something else that's going to make you tired later on. No, my goal. Drake is my second favorite rapper who's alive, and in one of his earliest songs he says, "Do right and kill everything." So ultimately, that's my goal: is to do right and kill everything. But if you want to formalize it, I'm going to continue to build the strategic partnerships. Maybe you could throw the picture up. I'm going to continue to form strategic partnerships, continue to respond to a changing marketplace, and always maintain my brand identity. So that's my goal. So wherever doing those leads me is right where I'll be. And so you have a picture here. It's a very rare picture. I'm at our location at Spruce Street, Harvard Park, which is by the Hilton side, and I'm with all my partners. So to the left of me, you see me. I got the same hairstyle. Is Trevor Pritchett. He's the CEO of Yards. He came down to visit. I'm in the middle with the French Toast Bites. I'm holding on to a guy named Galen Thomas, who's the owner of Cloud Cups Gelato. I send him 5 trays of French Toast Bites every week. And we have 2 flavors, strawberry and chocolate. There's real French Toast Bites in the gelato. And at the far right, we have Obel Hernandez, Jonathan Pastore from Bean to Bean Coffee. So there's a rare picture of all my partners at the first place that gave me an opportunity on a high profile Spruce Street, Harvard Park.
That's awesome. What about you, Tyler?
I want to open restaurants that are good.
What a beautiful simple goal.
Well, but I think part of that is I opened the first few restaurants that I opened were really like bootstrap kind of, and when I say good, I want them to be good. I want the food to be good and the experience to be fun. But I had made choices that led to a situation. I chose to open 20 and 30 seat BYO restaurants. As a result of that, I wasn't able to provide certain things for our staff that, Ellen, for instance, pioneered like 2 decades ago, health insurance and, retirement contributions and things like that. I've really reordered the priorities in my mind and, again, drawn some lines around what I'm willing to do. A space might look cool and you think, oh, that could be that magical little 30-seat restaurant that's like super memorable and everybody's talking about, but those places, they don't provide the resources to do right by your teams. And my goal is to sort of adhere to that line of thinking moving forward.
I love to hear that. I think that's all we've got. Thank you guys so much. Give it up for these panelists. They're amazing. Thank you guys.
Check, 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 check. All right. All right, I've been having a good time back and forth in both rooms. At this point, I feel like I know everybody here. So can I just do an energy check? It's an intimate crowd, so you know the deal. That doesn't mean that we can't have energy. It doesn't mean that we can't be attentive. And it doesn't mean that we can't learn. So let's just make some noise real quick. All of us together. Yeah! Woo! Okay, all right. I like the energy in the room. This is great. All right, our next one, advancing digital equity at the university level. This is good. This is going to be a one-on-one dialogue, and our digital equity leaders, Jonathan, and Andy, are sharing their views of the current digital equity landscape and describing how universities and anchor institutions can have a positive impact on the communities and neighborhoods they reside in. So, coming up to the stage, we just did an energy check. You already know what to do. I'm going to get out of their way right now. Let's welcome our speakers, Jonathan F. Lacko, MBA Executive Director of Business Administration at Temple University. Keep the noise going. And Andy Stutzman, Project Director for Civic Technology at Site Center at Drexel University. One more time, let's give it up for these two. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. No problem. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, I was worried that we're supposed to be a fireside chat and there was no fires, but we needed to bring the fire. But Christian brought it. I mean, he brought it.
Thank you, Christian.
So I forgot to bring my notes up, sir, a second. So yeah, thanks for joining us. You know, we were a little afraid of two white guys talking about diversity and equity sitting up here. How many people would actually show up? But I'm glad you're here. This is great. So, as mentioned, I'm with Drexel University and I run our digital equity programs there. And Jonathan and I both have been in higher education basically our whole careers, and mainly starting in IT and now focusing on digital equity initiatives. And yeah, the one thing we want to talk about is digital equity is kind of a vague term right now. So I want to know, is anyone in the audience, what do you think about digital equity? We'll repeat your answers to it. So does anyone have a definition of digital equity, or what do you think about when you hear digital equity?
Go ahead,
Yes.
you scream it out. Go ahead.
How they access it on like an actual tangible level and like connectivity, but also on a comprehension level.
That's great. That's great. Yeah. Anyone else want to try and give it a chance? What do you think about digital equity?
Anything to add to that? So we heard digital literacy in there. We heard access to devices. Anything else? In front?
No.
Okay.
All right. Well, how would you define it, Jonathan?
So we looked through a few different things, right? So we're looking for devices, right? We have a lot of people that have access through their phones. But is that enough to do everything you need to do in the business world or connect to other resources and services? You need an internet connection, high speed, right? So not everybody has access to that. There's a cost to that, right? Net neutrality is in that conversation. You need digital literacy. Can you use those tools? Do you have that skill set to be able to leverage that tool to its full extent? Tech support. Geek Squad isn't free, last I checked. $75, $80 an hour. If that device isn't working, you need some digital navigation. Where do you get that? How do you afford that? And then finally, once you have that tool and all that works, where do you go to get those resources, right? How do you plug into the things that exist? So I think that's the focus space.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And yeah, digital inclusion inside that. We hear the digital divide quite often, and it's more about, but it's not just about giving people devices and internet, but it's also that skill level on top of that, giving people opportunities to use those devices as well. So let's just give some folks our context. We're both working at the university level, and in IT, we both have experience in that. So you started out as a poli-sci major out of college. So can you talk about your journey at Temple? What happened? How did you get into digital equity, working in IT at Temple? What is that journey like?
Yeah, so graduation for college for me looked like 1999, right? And if anybody knows what's going on in the digital world in 1999, there was Y2K, right? So digital education jobs in that field were running hard, and people were making a lot of money, and they were just sucking people up, and the economy was running around that time. So as a poli-sci major, I went to an institution that could not hire and find enough people to run their technology. So they were willing to take a bet on me because I could fix my dad's VCR growing up, and I pushed TV carts around. So I needed a place to earn my MBA while working and not have additional debt earning my degree. So if you work at a university, they pay for your degree. So I pushed TV carts for a few years at Temple University, earned my MBA by 2003, and was looking to pivot back into industry, trying to figure out what was happening. Right about that time, the state came into Temple University and said, hey, we care about the environment. A lot of things are going into landfills, and now we're starting to incinerate our trash. What are you doing with all your digital assets when you're finished with them? Right? What are you doing with your surplus? And said, you can't send those in the main trash stream anymore. And nobody wanted to go throw around CRT monitors. They weighed 50 pounds apiece. It wasn't really an IT job. So I raised my hand and I said, I'll give it a shot. And they just kind of left me alone and said, figure out how to divert this stuff, this waste, from the general waste stream. And so for me, when I looked at it, I'm a triple bottom line type person, right? I look at people, planet, and profits. And so the state was coming in because they cared about the planet, right? The university, I'm not going to say it's pure profits like we're trying to make money, but there's ways that they sort of profit off these things. But people was the big piece for me. So I viewed those things as assets, right? And I looked at those assets that were coming through. We turn over computers every 4 to 5 years, and they keep coming through. In 2005, 2003, this is the time frame, I looked at it and said, can we extend the life of these assets? Do they have value to anyone? And there was 3 main populations I looked at the university around that time. And one of them was we had students. Temple University, where I work, we have a lot of first-generation students going to college, right? Think about that. First generation means their parents didn't go to college. They might not have access to the same resources for people that had generational college experiences. So we created a little program in 2005 to sell computers to incoming freshmen and students at nominal values, $25 a computer, so they had access to technology to go to school without having to worry about buying it, right? We looked at people who worked there, staff. We had housekeepers who grew up in North Philadelphia. They were earning union wages, working, had good jobs, but they didn't have access to technology. They didn't use it, right? So we started selling these computers to students and then staff. We looked at researchers who were earning little grants, couldn't afford new technology. We spread it out to them. So they were the 3 primary pieces when I was looking at people, right, trying to get them access to digital divide in 2005. And then we looked in the community and said what we can do. And our focus there was something we called Temple Tech for Philly. I'd go around and set up computer labs, basically from 2005 to about 2018, 2019, doing like place-based computer lab access and setting up locations for people to kind of go do their piece, right? And help get people to do homework, you know, plug into jobs programs, resume building, all those types of things. And that was working for a long time. We'll get into the pandemonium of 2020 in a little bit, but that was sort of my journey and my foundation of digital equity and digital inclusion at Temple University. But Andy, funny enough, he was not an IT undergrad, right? He was more of a communications undergrad. And I found that he wound up going in the same direction I did, worked in IT for a bit, and eventually got to Drexel and pivoted his career. And so Andy, kind of explain a little bit how you got involved, digital literacy and community-facing access.
Yeah, funny enough, I was a communications major focused in radio dramas of all things, if you can imagine that, which actually might fit well to all these podcasts today, but I just happened to be privileged enough to have a desktop computer in the early 90s in college and learn how to fix that on my own, and that led to me, when we moved out to New Jersey area, to be able to work at a university, working in IT, just because I had skills that I kind of accidentally got. I was privileged enough to be around devices and be able to learn those things, and that led to an IT degree, which goes to sometimes about universities, which are interesting. We've talked about this before, is a lot of universities require 4-year degrees for technical positions like this, but they don't care what the degree is, like biology, communications, they don't care. But when we have people with associate's degrees or technology certificates, we can't hire them, but they're probably the most experienced out there, and that goes to some of the work we've done in the past as well. I was kind of disillusioned with IT after a while. I was looking for something to be creative, what else could I do with my skills, and found an opportunity at Drexel as they were really making this shift towards civic engagement. Our president, John Fry, came in 2010 and really in his inaugural speech came out and said, we are going to be the most civically engaged university in the country. And with that, there was a huge pivot with that. And I came in to work in Philly with what was called the KeySpot project, right? It was basically creating place-based computer labs, public computer labs, for people to come in and get access, because getting access and high-speed access in the home was just impossible or unaffordable for back then. It still is fairly unaffordable. So the easiest thing for us to do was create these public computer labs so that people come in and give them a place to have access. And working with the city of Philadelphia, with the Parks and Recs, the libraries, community programs, Drexel, we've had our own KeySpot computer lab since about 2012 as well. And it's that Beach Hill Family Learning Center. And just getting involved with that. And now, with the pandemic and this pandemonium, as Jonathan said, we've had to pivot, right? Place-based access wasn't a thing in pandemic. So since then, working with the city of Philadelphia, we started a digital navigator program. So basically a call center for people to call in. We can get them help to get free internet programs, or free internet access to devices, refurbished computers. We have a computer recycling center modeled off what Jonathan's done at Temple. And also digital skills, getting them into digital skills classes, trying virtual at first and then in place. So yeah, it's been a wild ride, but it's great to see where we've come from here as well. So let's kind of shift to the topic right now. So we've talked about what we've done and some of the needs that we're meeting, but the question is why, right? So what do you think, Jonathan? Why is it important that Temple and Drexel got involved, are getting involved, and we are involved in? What's the importance of that?
Yeah, so let's think about it. All right, so I work at Temple University. I've been there 23 years, right? I have a grad degree. Anybody else here go to a college or a university in the Philadelphia area in Philadelphia? Shout out your school. UPenn, Temple, Drexel, any LaSalles, any Big Fives, right? LaSalle?
Yeah, graduate school.
Big Six, I guess. So, but think about what Philadelphia is, right? We've sort of built a model of eds and meds as an economic engine for the city. And we leverage our universities. They've been here for a very long time, right? So there's an obligation, there's opportunity, right? We provide jobs. Temple's a $1.2 billion organization based in North Philadelphia, right? Drexel's over in West Philadelphia, right? So there's a purpose why the university is here. We need to understand what that purpose is, and it may be changing a little bit over time here. There's big questions about what higher ed is about. We have a president right now trying to wipe out debt for college students at $10,000 a piece. Some people question that, right? Is the value of the education of what we think it is and why, right? So if we're in these communities, and when we look at statistics, right? So we look at socioeconomic of communities, North Philadelphia and West Philadelphia, you see families of 4 on less than $30,000 a year on annual income. It costs more to go to Temple and more to go to Drexel as an out-of-state student than a family of 4 lives on in those communities, right? We see digital divide gaps of access to internet, right? And then access to actually technology in their homes to be able to afford to do that. In these communities, the highest, over 20% of the community members, just in recent surveys by the city, show that people don't have complete access in these communities. So our two universities that we work at are already embedded in those communities that have the most need, right? And so when we look around, it's not just the students that are coming there. I think we have an obligation in general, like why do universities exist in the first place, right? Why do you think a university exists? Like what's the purpose of having universities if we send people to K through 12, right? And we have other things. Anybody have any other ideas what universities could do? Yeah, go ahead.
To get people oriented for a career and to help grow the city that they're from, essentially.
Right, it's civically engaged. Right? If you look at the history of universities, it's to create, basically a civically engaged community to participate in the economy, to participate in politics, to vote and get out, fight for what you need, right? You need people to engage in order for things to work. And the city's in trouble right now. We have a lot of things happening, right? And a lot of it points back to socioeconomics. If you look at the rooted problems within North Philadelphia and West Philadelphia, look, they're rooted in racism. Let's just be honest. Right, we have people that come up, African-American, based people come up from the South. They're living in these communities, right, that migrated north. And then you pile on, stretch it all the way to redlining on bank loaning and things like that, right? These things still exist today. We have generational poverty that just continues to exist in our communities. So we need to kind of rethink the structure, rethink why we're doing things and how we're doing things. And I think digital equity and digital inclusion is a big part of that. You can't participate if you don't do these things. So the universities have huge obligations. So I think, if you look at Temple University and what it's about, right? So anybody know what Temple University's, not our icon, what do you call it? Our owl. Why do we have an owl as Temple University's little mascot, I guess? Anybody know that? Why? It was a night school. Russell Conwell was a Baptist minister up the street, and he knew that people worked, like blue-collar jobs, and in order for them to have economic mobility, he taught classes at night so they can move out of their blue-collar jobs and get higher-paying jobs. Right? That's the foundation of the university, going back to the mid-1800s. Right? And then he wrote a book called Acres of Diamonds. Anybody ever hear Acres of Diamonds? Right? So the whole idea of this Acres of Diamonds was you can look all over the world for the things you need, but sometimes they're right in your own backyard. And those diamonds that we need are right in the backyard of Temple University. The students we need, the employees we need are right there in North Philadelphia. But right, we're not looking in the right spaces. We're not educating the people, in the way we need. We're not including them in the process. So the foundation's there and the mission's there. So we have a huge opportunity, right, and an obligation to look back towards the community to figure out how we're going to move forward, right? Higher ed's in crisis, but North Philly needs it, right? There's unintended consequences. There's problems with the universities being in communities, right? We can talk about all those things, but there's also positives. So we got to bring it back. So that's Temple's foundation that continues to ride today. Can you tell us a little bit about Drexel? Why is Drexel involved in community relations?
Yeah, and you kind of touched on this, but we'd be remiss to say that, to not mention that the negative effects that anchor institutions like Drexel and Temple have on their communities, right? We aren't a community in isolation. We don't have our buildings. We're not in isolation. No, we're in neighborhoods. We're around residential neighborhoods, and there's negative effects to that. We know that, whether it's gentrification, all kinds, just so many negative effects that we need to be aware of, and as we're moving forward. And it's taken a long time for our universities to really recognize that. And are we still recognizing that to the full extent? I don't know. But there are efforts being made for that too. And and that shift happened. I mentioned in 2010 with John Fry coming in, and we created a whole division around civic engagement and working on this Key Spot project. And amongst other things, we have a neighborhood center in our just north of campus up in Mantua now. We have the West Philadelphia Community Center we're starting to remodel that the community asked us to buy because it was going to be turned into student housing. So we're working directly with the community. And we've, in the past we've made mistakes as well going around and researching, right? We come up with grants, we come up with ideas, and we go to the community saying, hey, we're doing this, and the community comes back and says, no, why are you doing this? We don't ask them what their needs are. And so that's another shift that we've taken in. Going into the community and saying, hey, we have this opportunity for funding to do X, Y, and Z. What do you think? How would this work best with you? And actually working hand in hand with the different civic associations, business associations, talking to the residents in the area, and getting that feedback. And also not that, but the other obligation we find as we get grants and things like that is actually hiring from the community, right? You're talking about diamonds in the backyard. Why shouldn't these grants and this money we're getting, as a Research One institution, that money should go back out to the community as well. Why can't we train community members, hire from the community members? And that is really one of our big goals right now as we do work with that. So that is one thing around Drexel. And we also talk about the digital divide a little bit. Philadelphia, we are the fifth largest city, but we're also the poorest of the larger cities. And we were about 10% behind the national average in digital connections, broadband connections. Since then, with the pandemic and with all the money that's gone into, that's actually gone up. But I know our neighborhoods around Drexel, we're about only 50% of the people were connected there. So that is just a stark, just a crazy number. 50% of the households only 50 were connected to the internet and broadband internet. And it might not even been faster internet, right? Right now, we're talking about the federal government saying 100 megabytes a second is the minimum that people need for high-band internet. So those are the things that we are working towards, and we found as an anchor institution, this is part of our mission. It's kind of what we should be doing, understanding where we are in the city and what we do there. So let's talk about a little bit of collaboration. We've talked a little bit about what we do. I'm running digital navigator programs. I'm still doing some computer distribution. We have some digital skills classes, which are actually happening all over the city with North Star Digital Literacy And Jonathan, you have a new center as well that you're working on. Let's talk about collaboration. What do you launched your Digital Equity Center this year. Why don't you talk about that a little bit and how we're thinking about collaborating?
Yeah, so when we pivoted, we had to pivot. Up until 2018-19, we were building computer labs. I've done hundreds of them across the city to set up places for people to go, in churches, nonprofits, schools, mosques, you name it. And that was great, it was working fine. But we knew pretty quickly, once everybody had to pivot and be home, if I needed my computer at home, what about everybody else, right? You couldn't go to libraries. The libraries were becoming obsolete. They were replacing them with key spots, right? People needed those things in their house. So early in the pandemic, we were trying to figure out how do we, initially, as students were running out of Temple's doors, right, in those first 2 weeks of March, I was lining up computers just to give away to students so when they can go home, they had something to connect because they didn't have it. Employees, right, that worked there for 30 years as front office line workers didn't have a computer at home. We had to give them computers on the way out the door. And then we thought it was going to be 2 weeks, and here we are 2 years later, plus, and we're still trying to figure this out. So we knew we had to pivot, and building computer labs wasn't going to work anymore, right? And we really had to begin to look at those 5 things we talked about in digital equity and digital inclusion at the beginning of the talk here. How can we tackle those? And I wanted to figure out, what was I good at? I didn't have to reinvent the wheel, that I could do really well, and then find partners who can do the other pieces. And so we just kept hacking away with that, meetings with the city, meetings with Drexel, and different people throughout. And so what became apparent was the world was changing at a pace, right? It seems like things slowed down, but things are changing pretty quick, right? So you had Comcast in Philadelphia with some of the worst connections to people's homes, for access, but they're one of the largest communications companies in the world. And they have big towers downtown. So does that juxtaposition doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? So they figured out how to get students online, right? And then we got to figure out how are they going to get devices and things like that. So, it pivots a different way. So I'm looking now, I'm the business administrator for the IT department for Temple University. It's a pretty large department. There was the great retirement at the beginning of the pandemic. So we have a workforce that was aging but wasn't leaving. Right? They were the largest generation. Now it's like the millennial generation's the largest one. And they weren't retiring because things were okay. And they just kind of were kept working. They were living longer. But once the pandemic hit, they were like, I'm not going back. And then we had a bunch of senior leaders retire. Right? And that kind of left gaps. And they weren't replacing those positions. They were just moving us around. We were taking on additional roles. We were sort of absorbing those retirements with some cuts. And then next thing it hit, the Great Resignation on top of it. So now you have people who were at the university for 5-6 years. We were not going to be able to pivot fast enough to pay them additional funds. And we're competing with corporations that were going to pay them double what we were paying them to do similar or less jobs. Right? So now I'm down 10, 15, 20% of my workforce of 250 in the central IT department, and we can't hire people fast enough. And so this creates problems and stresses. Right? And this is kind of, we talked about inflation wages. We were in one of the earlier sessions about the restaurant industry, right? These pressures are everywhere. So now we have to pay people more, and the people that stayed, we're not paying as much as the people we're bringing in. So now we need to look for labor, and we can't find it. Comcast can't find the labor in the IT areas. Dell was one of our major partners. They can't find it. And they realize in about 5 years, there's going to be about 5 million jobs that they can't fill, right? And so for the first time, I've worked at the university 23 years. For the first time since the troubles we had with 9/11, we used to hire a lot of international students that would come here and go to school, and they'd stick around for specialty jobs. But things changed after 9/11. We sort of stopped importing labor for a while. We're now starting to hire international students again. We're sponsoring people with visas, which we haven't done in 10, 15 years because we can't find the labor pool here. It just doesn't exist. So we're faced with this workforce development challenge of how do we find people with the skills to do the things we need to do, right? And so as a university, we're here to train people and send them to school, but it's not enough. You don't need a degree to do the jobs we need. You need experience. And it's hard for people to get that experience started. So what we're looking at is we pivoted and created this thing called the Digital Equity Center. And the idea is in that center, I can take SX computers from the university and teach a team to rebuild those. Right, to get those out into the community. And how we're going to do that, I'll talk about in a minute. I can teach them to, have a digital navigation program and answer questions and direct people towards, the cheap internet for internet essentials, or the ACP and some of the broadband subsidies by the federal government. But we're not here, we can't do all the other things. I can't teach everybody everything. So the idea is we provide a little bit of digital inclusion by getting people the devices they need to now plug back in to all these nonprofits that are doing amazing work in the city, right? So the idea is you would go to a nonprofit, they have a class that they're putting together to teach them, maybe to get their GED or to teach them credentials in Google. And then maybe half those people in that class, 20 of them, don't have the resources they need to do Zoom from home, to have an internet connection. You refer them to our group. We provide a digital onboarding course. They earn the computer at the end of that 4-part course. They take the computer home, and now they can plug back into that program. Now we have them in our network, and we start referring them other resources, right? There's the digital navigation tools. There's, what's the name of the program? North Star. There's North Star Digital Literacy. The city basically bought licenses for everybody in the city to have access to North Star, right? So the resources are here, and why are those resources here? Because for the first time in history, politicians and the government realize that digital equity is a major challenge for economic mobility and for participation, right? They're throwing billions of dollars at it right now. Yeah. And billions, right?
Yeah, and if there's anything positive that's ever come out of the pandemic, it's the fact that there's a spotlight on digital equity and digital inclusion issues right now, and that, which is great in that way, but yeah.
So we were involved in this through the Technology Learning Collaborative for years, trying to navigate in the space with $0, but now they're ready to throw money at it, and we know the money's not going to last forever. We know people are going to go and fight for those dollars, and in a few years, those dollars might not be here anymore. We know they won't. We can't print money forever. We know this. We see the effects of doing that. So we have a unique opportunity in this moment to collaborate, right? We can't reinvent the wheel. The market has not come in and done this. There's no corporation doing this on its own. So we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're just saying we can build digital equity centers, we think in Philadelphia, through resource centers like the universities, Drexel in West Philadelphia, Temple in North Philadelphia, focus on those two areas, and figure out how do we funnel equipment from our universities out into the community with support, right? And then looking for other partners that can do that. So we're looking at Par Recycle Works. Anybody ever hear of those guys, Par Recycle Works? So they're a company based in North Philadelphia. It's a nonprofit. They have returning citizens that they're offering jobs coming out of prison to start collecting and dismantling computers. And we're saying if they can dismantle a computer, they might be able to put one back together, right? Can we move them along that career path and now have them refurb the computers for us and move them along and see if they can create some sort of digital literacy enough that they can build a career if they want to do it in that area, right? So we need to think about this holistically. We're looking at internships from Tech Impact, youth employment programs. So I hired somebody that was my student worker who was from West Philadelphia to be my lead, right? And he's African-American descent. He was stuck doing, I'm gonna say stuck, but he was doing like side jobs. He was doing security jobs, but he had an IT background. He couldn't get in. I was like, dude, you need to use your brain, right? He was 6'5". They wanted him for his brawn. I said, your brain's so much stronger. So we brought him back in, and he runs the program for me. And so his workforce are these interns, and they spend time with him, 6 months to a year at a time, to build a runway, to get a resume long enough that a year of experience now gets you in the door somewhere. Without that experience on your resume, they won't even look at you, right? And so Dell's interested in this. Comcast is interested in this. And we're trying to bridge these and bring these pieces together. So what are some nonprofits that you work with in West Philadelphia that you're offering equipment to?
Yeah, so we're doing the same thing with we have the digital navigation piece, and I got to say, I was sitting there drafting this whole document around, I want to create this digital equity center, and Jonathan, I get this email from the next day, I think it was, hey, we're starting this digital equity center, and I was like, what? Like, we actually think a lot alike, which is great, and we're working with some other nonprofits. West Philadelphia Skills Initiative, they're one of the groups that, adult learners right now, they were hit hard in the pandemic. We thought a lot about the students in school, K through 12, they need laptops, they need access. We didn't think about those in job training, those that were actually needed to work from home. And so we're working with training groups like that. We're working with the Veterans Multi-Service Center in the city, veterans that are trying to get jobs, identify jobs, and needed that access as well. And when we give out computers, and Jonathan is the one that taught me this, we give out desktops. Those are the most readily available ones. We don't just give out a computer and a monitor and a keyboard. We also give out webcams. We also give out headsets so people can do Zoom. They can do that remote learning from home as well. So yeah, we work with several nonprofits and also just our programs internally at Drexel with our open computer lab. And we have a West Philadelphia Promise Neighborhood Grant in the city, or in our area as well. So we have several K through 12 programs there, high school programs as part of that as well. So, as we're talking here, we know that we can work together and work off each other's strengths, right? So you have strengths in the computer recycling, refurbishing, and doing that training. I have the strength in the digital navigation, that experience as well. And the idea is now that how can we collaborate, create this digital equity center, and we got North, we've got West Philly, but why can't other universities do the same thing? So our goal from here, I believe, is talking about how can we collaborate with other universities to kind of have the same effect and have the same kind of services in their areas as well, so we can kind of cover more of the city as well. And it fits well in within the city has a great digital equity plan right now. They're looking for ways to fund it. We're looking for ways to partner with them on it. And we're trying to establish this kind of ideal, that we could actually replicate throughout the city.
Right. So we know that the funds that are kind of being thrown in right now aren't going to be here forever. I know the university at Temple just can't blindly support a program to do this, right? It costs money to hire people. You have to get people plugged in. So right now we're offering these services for free through partners. We're writing for grants every day, right, to kind of bridge this thing through. There's a larger grant out in the city right now that they're looking for solutions. And you look at the RFP and it's like a major corporation can't step in and do this, right? How are we going to do this with, some bridge together funds? And so we put one together on a proposal to kind of really hit home on what we think the answer is. And it's to get these computers that we're getting into the community and supporting those first, right? We can put maybe 400 to 500 in the community a year. Second year, it's up to 1,000 in the community. And then once we kind of establish ourselves, then we can maybe open the door up for just general tech support. Let people come and to bring our devices to us, right? And see if we can help fix those.
Kind of a storefront, right?
Storefront, bring storefronts to it. And as that money runs out, we need to go back to the nonprofits that we're offering the service to. So when they're writing their grant, when there's workforce development grants that they're writing for and they're really good at, they write into there and say, hey, half of the participants that are going to be in our class, they're going to need some digital equity, right? They're going to need something. So right into the grant, whatever the cost is for us to support them for a year, so now we can come back and support our program. So it's like a 3 to 5 year window. We think we could be break even, support the program, and just plug into all the nonprofits where they can buy that service from us, right? We've seen other models similar, right? You can join, I think nonprofits can join, you can get suits, right? You can go in with a voucher, you get a suit so you can do interviews, right? It's a very similar type concept because we have to figure out the long-term sustainability of this. Yeah. It can't be bridged on grant funding alone. We would love to endow it if anybody's got some extra cash to throw around, we can endow this thing, but we don't know where the centers are going to go. We don't know how it's going to happen. And if we don't win the grant, I don't care. We're going to do it anyway. We're going to continue to hack away at it and make it happen.
Yeah. And the other part of that, I don't think we've mentioned enough, is the workforce development piece, the training, that pipeline as well. Through this last year, I've been working with teen programs that are at Drexel. And they're already established. They're doing some work, often around coding, around technology. Well, let's get you in the door. Let's train you, teach you how to do this refurbishing piece. And why can't you do that as an internship and help us? I can use Drexel students all day long for this, but why not create that pipeline, get those local students in there, teach them technology skills, teach them career pathways. What are your options out there that you can use through IT and through these skills you're getting, and use those to help us with the work that we're doing.
Yeah. So Student Workers was Temple's greatest farm system for future IT workers, because they would get 3-4 years experience and they knew what we were doing, knew our systems. We can plug them right in. Through the pandemic, we had less student workers. We hired all the ones we could, and then the other ones went and got other jobs. We've tapped out. Our farm system is tapped out. So now I'm working with our HR department to figure out the interns that are in my digital equity center. Could I pivot them towards part-time jobs in the university so they can act like student workers and get that same experience? And it's a battle. It isn't easy. They don't have associate's degrees, and that's the minimum you can get into the job at university. They don't have bachelor's degrees. So we're working with our HR department to see if we can hack away at that to basically eat our own dog food, right? The questions about higher ed are out there, and it's only going to get worse. Is the bubble going to burst? Right? Can it last? And we have to pivot and figure out, can we get back to the values of what Temple University was in the beginning, right? That sort of economic mobility, the night school type mentality, right? To let people figure out their own paths. And I think this is a tipping point for us. I think we really need to figure it out. We're trying to figure out how do we get Temple behind us, Drexel behind us at a higher level. Are they seeing what we're doing? Right? Not quietly do the work all day, but at some point it's going to have to be recognized and supported. Outwardly, and that's what we're looking for as time goes on here.
You mean I don't have to look for grants all the time to support me? That's But the work we're talking about is, you know, and the word we've been really focused on lately in a lot of our talks is this idea of momentum right now. We have this tremendous momentum that's going, you know, we have the $65 billion Digital Equity Act that the government put out there with the infrastructure bill. All this other funding from corporations, everything is focused on this. It's not going to last. We know that's not going to last, but we have this tremendous momentum right now, and we are just trying to grab that and run with it. And as part of that, I want to mention is Jonathan and I are both on the board for the Technology Learning Collaborative, which is a group of professionals focused on digital equity, adult learning programs, all kinds of folks that are part of this, the Technology Learning Collaborative. Been around for 8 or 9 years now. And we have a conference October 6th. We welcome you to look that up, tlcphilly.org or at tlcphilly on Twitter. Come to this conference, help us continue this conversation around digital equity, help us keep this momentum going. We would love to have you there, and yeah.
Yeah, so the focus of that conference is practitioners, right? People who are in the space for digital equity. Either you're in programming, you're providing programming, you help support programming in digital equity and digital literacy. We have a room for about 150 people. We're hosting it at Temple. It's like 10 to 3. We're going to provide lunch. It's free at this point, right? We think
so, yeah.
we have enough sponsors
It better be now
to
if
be
you
free.
just said it, so.
So we're looking for people to attend and be a part of the conversation. And it's like the time is now to speak up and get involved.
Yeah.
All right? Any questions from the audience? We got 40 seconds. We'll see if we can get a mic out there. Yep, we'll repeat it. Go ahead.
What level of engagement are you guys employing for matriculating students into your programming from the K through 12 level? Like, I used to teach at like Gratz, and a lot of, and Boys Latin Middle School. So a lot of my kids, they're real savvy with tech, but I'm just thinking about like, you guys engage people on the college level, but like,
Yeah.
Or
So it's not limited to the college level.
Oh, it's not? Okay.
Yeah, so we work with the Philadelphia School District. We have some interns that come in through there.
Okay.
There's City Year, right? So people that are bridging out of high school, maybe to college or future careers. Youth Employment Program, we run one of those at Temple. You know, they're usually, seniors, juniors, seniors coming out of the high school. Our programs aren't that big. You know, I get 3-4 interns at a time. Yeah. And it's more of a deeper relationship than a broad relationship with a lot of experience, right? Yeah. And I think the more of these digital equity centers we can do, the more we can build it out a little bit.
Yeah, working with the Urban Technology Project coming out of the school district, also working with the Work Ready program, so we get high school interns in the summer. So those are groups that we work with. Plus, I work with Philadelphia Academies right now in their Tech Gateway program. So we are working with high school students, trying to get them these skills. The next step is then how do you get them in the university if they want those things. So that is a huge step that we also, it's a puzzle to solve. So.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for coming.
Appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
On October 6th.
Prove it. Cool. Just wanted to check. We're going to head into our last panel of Room B. Can I get a, because we don't want it to stop. We want it to keep going, but we did not. We did save the best for last, perhaps, because we have a wonderful group. I got to meet some of you downstairs. The energy is phenomenal, and I'm excited to hear what they have to talk about. Our next one is Restorative Justice in Action, a fair chance hiring conversation. I love this. This is powerful. These community leaders and business owners will discuss the importance of fair chance hiring in the city of Philadelphia and nationally, and the direct impact it has on the community. Fair chance hiring is a practice built on the philosophy that everyone deserves a fair consideration for the jobs that they are qualified for. I'm sure we all agree with that? All right, so let's show some love. I'm handing it now over to our moderator, Alexis Pugh, Principal Consultant at HR Demands. Make some noise. Let's go. Welcome.
Thanks. First, I want to say thank you for having us. I am excited to be here, especially talking about this topic on fair chance hiring and the importance of really this community building, or groundswell as I call it. So today I want to introduce you to our panelists, our change agents. They're innovators here in Philadelphia. So please welcome Akil Robertson, Jowers. We have Tess Hart from Triple Bottom Brewing. And we have Mohammed Abdul Hadi from Down North Pizza. Thanks for giving a warm welcome to our panel. I am so excited to have this conversation. This work is important. This work needs community, and you're just the people to do it, to build community. So I have a question for you, and I'm sure everyone wants to know, what is your perspective on fair chance hiring? What does that mean to you?
So to me, fair chance hiring means putting equity back into communities in a way that's respectful of the fact that everyone has their own journey and should be afforded the opportunity to control the direction of their lives, regardless of their past. I think that so often we boil people's worst moments down to the entirety of their lives, but their lives are so much more than that. We all here on this stage believe that very, very much, and would hope that the city of Philadelphia, the state of Pennsylvania, and nationally, we all agree that everyone should have a second chance, regardless of their past. Thank you.
Thank you for that. What is your approach to get there, Mohammed?
My approach to get into fair chance hiring was exclusively hiring formerly incarcerated individuals that are transitioning back into society, because I felt like that the environment that we have built, especially at Down North Pizza, gives them an environment to grow and an environment to be themselves, not to live in the shadows and not to have to hide what they've been through, because you're surrounded by people that have been through the same things. So I think those environments are healthy and they're conducive to growth and success for people that's re-entering society. So my approach was just to focus on those individuals that are coming back into society that eagerly want to get back and be productive members. They just need the resources. So my take was as many resources as we can provide, and partner with different organizations that can provide resources as well, gives them the best chance to ultimately stay out of these situations and surround themselves with other people that are trying to do the same things.
And can you speak on the partnerships that maybe you've created or in the city, so people can have an understanding about who actually is at the table, that there are more people doing this work besides us?
You got Tess right here to my right is one. We connected about over a year ago, and ever since we've been showing up at the same places and kind of pushing the line when it comes to the same things. And different organizations within the city have reached out, and provided different resources for the guys and ladies that are working at the shop. So everybody's been real receptive to what I'm trying to accomplish. And for me, it was very intentional when we talk about community building, that to do it in the actual community that needs it. In Strawberry Mansion, they have a lot of recidivism, it's a lot of crime, it's a lot of things. So my thing was to go into the neighborhood and kind of rebuild the neighborhood from within. and focusing on that one, of many issues that plagued that community, which was recidivism and just people re-entering the carceral system and being recycled. So my aim was to go in there in Strawberry Mansion and kind of rebuild that from the inside.
That word you used was huge, intentional. This work requires us to be intentional about our approach, about our model. Tess, can you speak to me about the model that you've incorporated at your organization to really be intentional?
Sure, yeah, I think that when we think about fair chance hiring, we think a lot about who we are hiring and not all the time about what the employer's responsibility is too, right? And I think both of those need to be a huge part of the conversation. And so the reason I know most of the people up here is actually because of the work we did before we opened Triple Bottom. Yeah. Really, really learning what we needed as employers to be able to offer to our teams, the expectations that we needed to set and the flexibility that we needed to have, the partnerships that would make this supportive environment for the folks on our team. So we operate a little bit differently than down north in that our team comes from a variety of different backgrounds. So some have experienced incarceration, some have experienced homelessness, some haven't experienced those barriers but are still coming in with all the traumas that we as humans just carry through the world as well. And so our space is really informed by that and trying to be a place of connection across different life experiences. But to connect with and build those connections across those life experiences takes a lot of intention. And so takes hours and hours of coaching from Alexis, right? To like, how do we write our employee handbook? And it takes not just putting out the word that this is who you are and what you want to be, but actually very intentionally and with a lot of time building relationships and building trust in communities where you're going to find those supports and also find folks who want these opportunities. And that's really, I think that's where a lot of folks sort of falter on this journey to being a fair chance business is there's a lot of great intention out in the world, and the ability to then build those connections and put in the work so that there is a trusted path into your organization is really, really an important part, and partners have a huge part to do with that.
You guys are giving such great work and such great words, and that now I have to jump on that next word. That's the trust, right? It is not just us being intentional about the work, it's also the people that we are trying to engage, that they trust that we have their best interests at heart. Can you talk to me about how Mirror Arts is nurturing that type of trust in the community?
Yeah, so I'm formerly incarcerated myself. I did 10 years in Pennsylvania DOC, and I actually met the founder and director, Jane Golden, of Mirror Arts while I was incarcerated. And famously, she gave me her cell phone number, inside the prison and said, call me. And she held true to her word. And so I think for us, it's a top-down approach. And every facet of our organization, we care about the citizenry of Philadelphia and absolutely care through our restorative justice efforts about the people that we're actually serving. And so that trust comes from direct action with the folks who are actually running the programming. The restorative justice program at Mirror Arts is run by formerly incarcerated people mostly through our guild program. Everyone who is a supervisor in the guild program is formerly incarcerated. And so when you have a model that actually engages and brings equity to those people, the people that we're serving see themselves in us. And that's incredibly important to us, and it's incredibly important that we then show what we've been given and what we can then give them.
That's huge too, that giving, right? Giving back, the actual individual also seeing themselves that they can then pay it forward as well, right? Building that trust and also offering opportunities for professional development within that space as well. That where they land isn't where they have to end. Muhammad, I know we talked about this, and I would love for you to share about how you instill in them to move forward once they land in a certain space, that how do they move forward?
For me, it's that, he hit on a lot of the points as far as trust, and for them, you're allowing them to see themselves in you. And at Down North, for me, it's not even a co-working space, it's a family at this point. Yeah. All the guys that we started with 2 years ago are still there, still intact. We do things outside of work whether it's camping, go to restaurants, different things that team build, and connectivity and things like that. So I think having those other outlets of positivity around, and for them to see that there's other outlets, this adds so much value. And then for me, they see what we've done with Down North Pizza, and they see that this can be much, much more. So that in itself, shows them that, we just getting started. So it's so much more to go. And the fact that they are part of this, it's not like, you're just an employee. You're a part of something that's bigger. And I think for them, they feel that with everybody when they walk into the building. Even when people come into the store, they kind of feel that environment of what we're about at Down North Pizza. And I think that's important, to create that environment for people where they work at, to the point where it's like, sometimes I got to tell people to go home because they just love being in the environment and then around each other, because it's a certain level of comfortability that it provides them. And it's like when they're going through things, sometimes they pop up at work and they just want to be around their brothers and sisters and things like that. And I think when you create those type of environments for the well-being of those individuals that's transitioning, it does a lot for them.
I will say the future of work is contingent upon us re-engaging our re-entering citizens, thinking about them as a viable option for employment, right? When you think about the future of work here in Philadelphia, Tess, what do you think about that?
That's a big question, and I think, it'll vary industry by industry. I think I am feeling hopeful about it on behalf of all the people who are looking for jobs and who are working in jobs who have maybe not had their potential seen so far. And I think that the pandemic had a huge part to play in that, and specifically in our industry, right? Brewing and restaurant industry has had a huge sort of sea change in how how the employees of this industry are communicating expectations to the owners of these businesses. It's an industry that has been broken for a long time. The tipped minimum wage in the state of Pennsylvania is $2.83 an hour, which is unacceptable. And people, for lack of policy change, people in the industry are realizing their power and their ability to withhold their labor, right? And that is forcing change. And so my hope is that the future of work in Philadelphia across all industries, beyond just the one that we work in, is that it is more of that conversation and that two-way street, that employers who have the power, who have the purse, are receptive to hearing from employees what they need in a workplace. And I think a big piece of that is equity and equal opportunity. I think employers, given this labor shortage, which was really just employers not offering the right benefits, the right wages, in many cases, I think people are starting to look for more at a broader scope of possible employees. So even just sort of the cold-hearted capitalist business case means that diversity is going to be more important to running your business, thinking about what other pools of talent that are out there in our city. There's so many pools of talent that are overlooked and underestimated. And so tapping into those, but then from an actual sort of the welfare of everyone working together, I think it is going to become much more of a growing conversation. And I think employers are going to have to continue to listen to the people that they want to hire in order for this to work together. And I think, Mohammed, what you were saying is, your team feels that they're a part of something bigger, right? That feeling is so important. It makes showing up to work every day mean something more than just clocking in and clocking out. And we all want that. We all want that sense of meaning. So that's what I'm hopeful we get to see.
You have a response to the future of work and how you see it here in Philadelphia? Akil?
To me, the future of work is acknowledging the work that is already being done and not equally paid. So over $2 billion in services and goods come out of state institutions across this country. $2.9 billion come out of our families' pockets to help give back to us. And I think that there needs to be a federal push towards minimum wage that is increasing with inflation in this country. I think that unfortunately,
we're allowing the wage gap to widen, we're allowing the wealth gap to widen more and more and more. Philadelphia is becoming a place where you see building all over the place. Foreign buyers are coming in with 40% of the purchasing power of people in Philadelphia. Unfortunately, people are being pushed out. Kensington is moving, Northern Liberties is moving, everything is moving, right? And so we as employers need to develop practices to go out to funders and grant writers and all the people who are giving us money and help them to understand that we are not a service to them, but they are a service to us. And I think that in Philadelphia, we see a grant model that's increasingly a service to people who are not connected to the ground. And that is incredibly disheartening to me as someone who is on the ground, as part of a community who are people on the ground. We need to be thinking about the actual livelihoods of our people not being sustained, but growing, developing, and flourishing. And, you know, not just tolerating people who are different and giving them second chances, but giving them opportunities to succeed.
That word, always huge as well. Opportunities, right? When I think of opportunities, I think of opportunities for commerce, opportunities to encourage people to be entrepreneurs as well. So not only should we think about employers hiring individuals, how do we then encourage the re-entering citizen to come in and think about the business that they've been planning or dreaming about? How do we instill and work with individuals to build that type of community as well?
First thing I would say is you have to shore up people's base needs. And I think that, like for us at the Guild program, housing is increasingly a concern for folks. You know, it's difficult to get an apartment if you're not being paid accordingly. And we are among the highest paying wage reentry programs in the city. We pay $15 an hour. We're working to get that, you know, higher because honestly, 15 isn't enough to live and sustain yourself in this society. And beyond that, we're not only serving, I think we have to remember that we're not only serving one person, we're serving usually entire families.
Yes.
And so when we hire one person, they have 3 kids and a partner, you know, it's not enough that they're just the primary breadwinner. How can we get their family to be engaged as well? How can we shore up that entire community? How can we get everybody to be at a point where they are stable and then start thinking about their dreams? It's impossible to start thinking about beyond the day-to-day if you're living in trauma. And I think a lot of our people are living in trauma and not able to plan and forward think beyond the day. And so we work to help them understand that you're not in trauma. I mean, you're not in a survival mode anymore. It's now time to slow down. It's time to plan, and it's time to develop those ideas that you had when you did have the time to do that, whether that be prison or in childhood, because honestly, a lot of our folks have gotten away from the imagination of dreaming.
So what do you think you guys all could commit to in this conversation, right? What can we all take away from this and then possibly even commit to doing something outside of here and outside of ourselves? What can we do today to add to this work?
I guess one thing that could be done, because I see, like, you know, you have everybody in the room who's for what we're talking about, but there are also other silos of people that are not in this room that people are connected to that may not be aware of what's going on or these conversations. So I think the best thing for people in this room that they can do is to actually, when you're involved in those conversations from people who whether don't know or don't care, try to explain and talk to them and, you know, invite them to these conversations, because they may have the power to make some change. You know, you never know who you're talking to, and never know, sometimes people just don't know and never had to experience certain things. So I think if, you know, people take these conversations outside and have those uncomfortable conversations with people about these issues, then maybe something may open up.
That's the word, that's a huge word, uncomfortable. And that is usually what people sit in, right? That they don't move forward because maybe it is uncomfortable. How do we then push that and say, hey, being uncomfortable is a wonderful place to be in. I love being uncomfortable. I am comfortable with being uncomfortable. How do we get everyone there to become advocates? Can you talk about anybody that you've inspired to become an advocate in this work?
Yeah, I think it is uncomfortable to ask people to be uncomfortable, right? And something that we're trying to do at Triple Bottom is make that conversation more accessible, So one way I was going to answer your last question of what can everyone do is think about your purchasing power, right? There are businesses and there are organizations out there already doing this work, and support them, because the more successful they are, the more other businesses will look at them and say, I can do this too. So that's one way that we can really see a sea change, is if we're really affecting the local economy and the hiring decisions and the choices of local businesses. And also bringing these decisions into mainstream conversation, like Mural Arts does through art, like Down North does through pizza, like we do through beer. That makes what seems like, for folks who have lived in privilege, who have not been exposed to some of the traumas that many of the folks on our teams have been exposed to, many of the folks in our communities have been exposed to, this feels like a hard conversation. This feels distant. It feels like it doesn't really touch me, and I'd rather keep it that way, right? Because it's tough to get into. But the reality is that this experience is part of our experience as Philadelphians. It's part of so many experiences of the people that we know and love in our community. And so if we can just help people connect that dot, even understand that they might know someone who is affected by this who never talks about it. They might even just share a space and have a beer that was brought to them by someone who had that experience. And wasn't that like a normal, easy way to have a beer? And then that sort of allows you to then think deeper about maybe what's going on, and see the humanity in other folks. And I think that is one of the ways that we sort of invite people to start to connect with that discomfort and get a little more like not comfortable in it, right? It's going to be kind of icky at first, I guess, for some folks, but to live in it a little bit and to really think about it.
I'd like to say, actually, Tess lives up to it. I've met her at SCI Phoenix. You know, she came and spoke to a social entrepreneurship class at Villanova that I was attending. And so I think that we all have varying levels of an ability to be comfortable with discomfort. But I think it starts with human connection. I think that that's something you said that really struck me. It starts with actually getting to know some of the people who are affected by second chance legislation, by second chance hiring. And you find out that they're everywhere. Like I'm helping lead a national exhibition to end the exception to the 13th Amendment and ending the practice of paying slave labor or next to nothing to people in prisons. And when I was setting up the other day, Fox 29 came by, the Inquirer came by, and the third person to come by was a guy who had been formerly incarcerated. And then as the day progressed, like every third, fourth person, it was somebody that said, oh, I've been incarcerated. He found out there's like over 300,000 people who've been either incarcerated or on papers in the city of Philadelphia. That's a fifth of the population. People are all around you who have been formerly incarcerated. So it's everybody, it's the whole community, it's us, not them.
I don't think the community really understands the power that they have collectively, and we're talking about reentering citizens, the numbers that they make up, and the ability to actually mobilize themselves. So I'm glad that you guys are doing that work to encourage and empower them as well. So we talked about reducing the recidivism rate, right? And I know that that is something that you always talk about, Mohammed, about being able to impact that. Right now, the number is at 65.9% recidivism rate, for males, and females, we're at 53.6 rate for going back inside. How do we then encourage other employers to then think about, hey, we're going to go out, we're going to hire folks, and make sure that we can help this?
You know, I think the first thing I would have to say to that is the system is working, it's not broken.
Well,
this is what is intended. It is intended that people come to prison. It is intended that their labor remains keeping prisons open and functioning and continuing to exist, and that has been the case for the past 400 years, right?
Yep.
This is a historical legacy of controlling the labor of disenfranchised and otherized people in this country. This is what we do. So how do we undo that? We undo that by actually acknowledging that, and then from there deciding that that is not what we want. And not wanting that means that everybody gets an equal shot. And there's no way around that. If we are not actually
talking about these things in the open, if we're not having conversations with people who do not know, if we're not actually making people uncomfortable, not asking them to be, but making them uncomfortable with our voices, our bodies, and everything at our disposal, then we're not doing enough.
Well, then we have 20 more minutes to make people uncomfortable, right? And then you just touched on it. You talked about the system is designed to do exactly what it's doing, right? I will tell you there are experiences that folks have that are living inside of halfway houses that are unable to go out to work. So they're supposed to go to work, right, and charged with going to work. They then go out to work. If they stay out an hour behind, if traffic slows them down and they get back, they're then hit with a fine or a warning and then put back into the system. So those rates, so that uncomfortable feeling, that conversation is really real. And I'm glad that you brought that up and really highlighted it. But then how do we then get past that? Like, right, you brought that up and it is embedded in laws here in Philadelphia. What do? Do we hit the streets? What do you see as the solution for that? Conversation, yes. Uncomfortable conversations, we're having them right now, right?
So when I was incarcerated, we had actual efforts to engage legislators through the Real Street Talk program at Greater and SCI Phoenix, and we hosted several legislators, and we began to realize like our actual agency and equity within the political system and our voting power. In the city of Philadelphia, felons can still vote, and so that makes an incredible difference. And we've been able to integrate ourselves within a political economy in a way that is really increasingly dominant. And I think that's nervous for some people, but I know for everybody on that stage, we know it's necessary.
Mm-hmm.
And if we continue to do that, then legislation will slowly proceed. Senator Kendra Brooks is sponsoring legislation to end the 13th Amendment exception as it stands in the Philadelphia Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
I think that nationally we have legislation going on as well. And I think hope is something that is difficult when we bring up these pessimist conversations, but I think that one thing we have to do is remove shame from them. Like, this is not shaming anyone. This is not accusing anyone. When we have this accusatory language, it becomes adversarial, and then adversarial conversations, people begin to shut their ears. And so for me, like, it's a conversation about our community and our collective responsibility. And once we begin to steer the conversation in that direction, then I think it makes it a lot more comfortable for everybody.
I'm glad that you said collective responsibility. So we're going to challenge everyone here to be a collective, to be responsible. Now that you've heard it, you now have to carry these tools with you and speak it into existence. That's our hope here. So can you talk about the supports or your peer-to-peer supports that happen at Down North Pizza? Any highlight stories you want to share with us about what the work is happening on a day-to-day basis besides making pizza? Great pizza at that.
I see it all the time. I tell a story a lot about one of those proud moments I had. Michael Carter is the executive chef. He did over 12 years worth of jail time. Throughout the whole kitchen, it's over 60 years worth of jail time in the kitchen. So you can see, it's a lot of lost time that people will never get back. But Mike's never had a license, never drove a car. And I think about 6 months ago, he came in with his license and he was able to buy a brand new car. And I feel like for me, that was the moment where I felt like what we're doing is working, because it's like success for me is not, this making a whole bunch of money, but affecting change and affecting lives to where people are better in themselves and they want better for themselves. And I see that on a daily basis with these guys, like they push themselves to be better. And when I see things like that, that equals success for me. And that ultimately is what makes me keep going. It's not the money, it's not the notoriety. I know people see Down North, everywhere, and it's, in different publications, but those internal things is what keeps me going and keeps me getting up every day knowing that we have so much more work to do and so much more change to affect.
I needed to hear that. I needed a word. That was a word for me as well. It keeps me embedded in the work as well. It's the impact, and sometimes you don't even know it's happening, right? This morning, when we all connected and us doing this work, one person that I met has run through all of you, right? And that is the impact in the work. You just never know the person that you're meeting, are they going to carry that change somewhere else, right? And you all have been change agents where you're carrying on this work and really infecting and impacting individuals that you don't even know. Could you tell me about a story that you may have come back to you that you didn't realize that you were impacting in this work?
Yeah, I think we look at impact in a few different ways, right? There's the direct impact of the folks on our team and the fact that they are now making a living wage and they are doing a job that they are excited about. Folks are growing. They show up to work excited. That similar to Muhammad is like the thing that gets me going, that got me through the pandemic that we opened 6 months before. It's just like, our team is amazing and they're working so hard. And then there's the sort of ripple effects of running a business in this way, and some people just want to come for the beer, but there are folks who want to absorb this. And we have 2 customers who were regulars right from the beginning, who then got engaged at Triple Bottom and had their engagement photo shoot at Triple Bottom and their wedding rehearsal dinner at Triple Bottom. And in their decisions for how they were planning their wedding, they wanted to only work with businesses that had the same type of ethos, the same type of model, right? So they are recognizing their power as consumers in shaping an economy that they want to live in, that they would be proud to live in. And that is huge. And that, they've started getting involved with one of our partner organizations who helps us meet people that we hire, and they now are volunteers and donate. And so it really just started with them coming in for a beer the first time and then trying to learn a little bit more. And that's a really special customer, obviously. We really love them. But that power is there. And then who knows what conversations they're having out in the world, right? And how that's going further. The impact that they're having now that they volunteer. So I think those kinds of stories that sort of show you what happens when it catches fire and the number of decisions that get affected by just that one first coming into the door, that one first eye-opening moment. It's really powerful and keeps us excited to keep going.
We'll end on that. We'll take questions from that, right? That impact, that word impact is huge. We collectively come together because I think that people sitting in this room want to have an impact and want to make an impact. My hope is that we carry that message on when we leave here today. Now we'll open it up to questions. This is a conversation and dialogue. Yeah. Oh, you're like ready. We have our mic person coming right over to you. Yes.
We've heard you speak before. Thank you. And I don't. You talked about the recidivism. Isn't it true though that like your restorative justice program with Jane Golden, the rate is much lower? Could you talk about the success that you've all had in reducing that? Because it's not 65% for everybody.
No.
You're giving people the opportunity not to be in that number.
Yes.
Don't quote me on it, but we're in the single digits. I think that it's incredibly important to continue to engage people after the end of our program, right? Unfortunately, when people do not feel that they're invested in a way that's beyond profit, they tend not to reach back in times of crisis. And so, for instance, I was out till 12, putting up an exhibition a couple days ago, and the guy who I was out with, his brother was killed the next day, right? And so we had a group text going on at 10:30 last night about his brother's killing. And, I called him the next day. And so the work doesn't stop at 5.
Yeah.
It simply doesn't. Unfortunately, with our populations, you really find that people need continuous support. And it can be a lot at times. But when you are there, when you are doing the work, you're doing it with the knowledge that it's not about you, it's really about helping people. And one thing I really want people to understand is that we tend to see gun violence statistics or other things on television, and we may have some removed from them. And when we see it, it's alien or it's foreign, and it's like it's happening somewhere. No, it's happening near you. It matters if the person that is committing gun violence or is being a victim of gun violence is a part of your community, it is reflective of you. And how can we as a society, we as a city, we as a community, alleviate that pain? Because that pain is like energy, right? It doesn't dissipate.
Yes.
It circles around, it continues to fester in our society. Yeah. And so, you know, a real part of our work, a real important point to me is heart, is love, is care, is empathy, in a way that's really reflective not only of what you think someone may need, but what that person needs. Mm-hmm. And that requires a bit of great bravery and courage, because that requires stepping outside yourself.
Excellent. Any other question?
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. Thank you all so much for presenting today. It was, I think, actually one of my favorite panels, so thank you so much for the time and energy that you put in. I have a question. I lived in New York for a couple years, and while I was there, I worked for a large nonprofit that is like an employment-based reentry nonprofit. I loved that work so much, but eventually I needed to come back home to Philly. So when I came back here, now I'm working in a different nonprofit, again, doing good work, but the challenge I'm having, I'll leave the nonprofit nameless, but the challenge I'm having right now is that as an organization, you know, they're trying to tackle equity and diversity, you know, as in a response to some internal uproar. They created a DEI council, and like, you know, they're doing some action, but some of it I think does feel a little performative. And I'm wondering if you have any advice on how, you know, I've been pushing to try to create programming that is either specifically fair chance, or how can we as an organization like be intentional about fair chance hiring. And what I keep running into is that as a nonprofit, there's a lot of like community work, and we work with kids, and we work with this, and we work with that, and like it's complicated. Like there seems like a lot of like bureaucracy into how to get that started. So I just am wondering if anyone on the panel has any advice on like what I can do to better influence leadership within my organization.
DEI work is largely performative, I think, from what I've seen, unfortunately. I think you really have to, like, it involves some combat, some verbal combat, and some actual combating of people's bias. You have to make people understand that they don't know best. And I think a lot of schooling, a lot of education in this country leads us to believe that because we're educated, we know better for other people, but that may not necessarily be the case. And so what I would say is actually encourage your organization to seek out people, you know, rather through honest means or not, that are not necessarily going to agree with them. And I think that disagreement is the most important part of DEI work. And I think that, like, not tolerating disagreement, but actually listening to it and affecting change based on what is said is incredibly important, because if you're feeling it, then others are as well. But nobody wants to actually, like, address that. That's a scary place to be. It's scary to feel like I need to change, that, you know, the way I've been living may not necessarily be right. The way I've been conducting my business may not actually be right. And so, you know, do it with a spoon of sugar, but find and search out advocates and partners who do not agree with what is going on. Because very honestly, from what I see of DEI work, you bring in somebody that panders to your guilt, and then you move on. No change is usually done.
Yes.
And so find someone that's like, oh, I'm coming here, we're doing change, or I'm not doing it.
And I would add, I agree with all of that, and I think a really interesting and important place to start with the objections that you're facing, right? That it's complicated. Is just unpick that. Like, make them tell you why. Make them tell you what are the barriers to actually making any sort of change, right? Are they worried that there's something going on with hiring returning citizens and working with kids? Then like figure out what the solution is there. Like, are there actually policies preventing that from happening? Think about where you can really, like, what's holding them up, because it's going to be bias for sure, but maybe they're also sort of leaning on the crutch of some policy that they might imagine exists or that does exist just for the organization, and try to poke at that and see if you can change that. And then start small, start with a pilot. That people are more comfortable with pilots, right? And then they can prove that this is the right way to go. So I would pick apart at those objections and really understand them, and then come back with the solutions. Like, you can't make these objections anymore, because here's how we can move forward.
Yeah, and I would say this too. I think a lot of nonprofits are essentially for-profit enterprises that just don't pay taxes. And it's an unpopular opinion, but when you see how some of these nonprofits, especially larger ones, are structured, they're like businesses, right? My theory of a nonprofit is that you're addressing and trying to solve a problem, right? Solving a problem then means that over a period of time, nonprofits are not supposed to exist, right? You think about it in theory.
Mm-hmm.
However, these they start small and they're morphed into like these big corporations with the same corporate structure and the same bureaucracy, where it's not about change anymore. So for me, why I do the things the way I do and why I leave a lot of money off the table, because like what Akeem was saying, they try to tell you how to help people and tell you what's best. As soon as you start taking different money from different, government organizations and say, well, you have to do this way, because we know what works. But if y'all know what works so much, then why is nothing being fixed? So for me, it may be I have to do more on my own, but at least I'm able to dictate the change that I want to affect, because we as a collective know what's best for us, right? We that have been through these struggles know what's best and know what we need. Not somebody sitting in a satellite office that's never been to these neighborhoods or never even met with people that are affected. So I think, when sometimes you get involved in these organizations, your heart may be sincere and want to help, but that's not the case if everybody's there. And that's why you see it's a huge exodus of a lot of people leaving a lot of these places, because a lot of things are starting to be exposed. Post George Floyd, a lot of things were being exposed. So a lot of people was like, I don't want to be involved in these corporations, these businesses anymore. And I'm just going to leave. And I think that's what made them start to get more on the pandering side, because it's like, we got to act like we're doing something in order to retain people. And then, the people that are really doing the work. Usually at the time, they're not on TV, they're not there, too busy doing the work, right?
Yes.
So that's the thing. You got to do maybe a little bit more work to seek out these individuals, but they're out there, right? But they're just not as visible as the ones that you always seen, never working, but you always see them somewhere.
Yeah. I think we have time for one more question. Yes. Oh. Go. She's clapping the entire time. Let's. I want to hear what she has to say. I want to hear what you say.
It's a little selfish of a question, but I really thought what you guys are saying, just having been in Philadelphia for a while and have worked, it's really, what you're saying is huge and really profound. Thank you for speaking. But I'm really curious, as you have developed your different businesses and organizations, how aware or woke, I'm going to just go ahead and reclaim that word again, Do you feel, or awakened, do you feel like the funders or some of the power structure that you feel like you have to interact with, how hip to this change are they? Because that's something I think a lot of us that maybe want to move forward and building something a little bit more organized and functional, like what you all are doing, it's a little scary. So like how awakened are they to seeing somebody like me or someone else that isn't necessarily buttoned up, like coming to them for an investment or, you know, some understanding or connection to somebody who might have resources? Thanks.
I think the most interesting part of the world today is people enjoy being confronted. So I don't think there's any limit to your ability to push whatever reform agenda you might have. I think the only barrier would be, you know, your imagination. I've seen the entire system disrupted. When I look at the success of so many industries and products that have developed, for instance, unfortunately out of an appropriation of a subset of violence from Black culture, I see that the opposite could be the case as well, right? If we can sit and make millions of dollars off of drill music, talking about some of the most heinous things imaginable, how the hell can we make some money off of making some change? So don't limit yourself.
Well, this has been an excellent conversation. I'm glad to have it always. So if you know me, I'm always talking and always trying to do this work. I want to thank Tess Hart, Mohammed, Abdul Hadi, and also Akil Robertson Jowers. And I'm Alexis Pugh, and I thank you.